Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin.tv audiobook channel. Chapter 391. To the blacksmith with Mira, Arad walked into the castle's garden with Mira by his side. "Did you see Eris?" he asked. "She's asleep in her room," Mira replied. "You know, she isn't fully used to stay awake in the day." Arad nodded and looked at the clear blue sky. "It will be hard to get her to switch out of being a nocturnal being." Mira looked at Arad with a wry smile. "I mean, she was used to avoiding the sun for decades." She then approached him and touched his face. "What about you?" Arad looked at his hand. "As a dragon, I don't have the same sleep schedule as humans, and the sun doesn't harm me." He looked up. "Albeit I prefer the starry night sky." Mira then looked at Arad. "And before you ask, Aella is hanging with the maids in the kitchen trying to learn a thing or two. She told me she can't walk that well due to pain in her hips. I wonder what's that about." Arad looked away, changing the subject as fast as he could. "You could use a hammer as a weapon." That was impressive. Mara stared at him. "You saw me fight with it before? Trying to change the subject, are we?" Arad's eyes darted around as if seeking escape. Today is Mira's night. All that would go to waste if she got scared now. He has to change the subject by any means. Arad smiled. "Doma say you should try adding some tricks to your hammer." He lied, and Doma gasped in his head. A didn't say anything. Mira started thinking, "I saw Jack use that black powder of his. I was thinking I might put it inside my hammer and use it to shoot nails upon impact." "That doesn't sound safe," Arad replied with his arms crossed. "What if it explodes or something?" Mira smiled. "Are you willing to test it for me?" She was joking, but Arad nodded. "Of course it won't harm me." Surprised by his answer, Mira smiled and pointed into the distance. "The royal blacksmith. Let's go and see if he has anything I could use." Arad and Mira headed toward the blacksmith. Arad closed his eyes. He took control of a rat and sent it toward Jack, who was wandering the streets, looking for anything useful. Upon seeing the rat with purple, glowing eyes, Jack knew Arad wanted him, so he started following the rodent. Arad and Mira stood before the royal smith, and a short man glared at them from the inside. "Back the fuck away. Your clothes would burn," he growled, his voice shaking the whole place. Arad looked down, and the man noticed them, but he was engrossed in his work, hammering the steel. He mostly saw their shadows and nothing more. That's not a manner of speaking. Arad walked forward, glaring at the man. The man sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead, as he glared at Arad. "Listen, you fucker. You can't just—" His eyes shifted, landing on Mira on the back, and his hands closed his own mouth. "Wait, don't tell me it's your wife," he whispered to Arad. "She is. Have a problem," Arad growled. "I would have tried to swear less." The man whispered back and looked back at Mira. "Those Muthi, Ahim, those idiot soldiers have been pestering me for a while. Thought you were with them." Arad looked around, seeing several footsteps marked on the damp soil. "They wanted weapons? Of course. Bit swordsmanship failures break their weapons and then come to me to fix them." The man grunted, finding it hard not to curse. "I can't fix their swords twice a day. It's impossible. And they go to report me to the general, and he takes it to the king. You don't know how many times they accuse me of lazing around and not doing my work." Arad nodded. "Twice a day? Are they swinging at stones?" The man shook his head. "I don't have the mind of an idiot, so I can't possibly know of such wisdom." He smiled. "And you, those muscles aren't for show. It's your weapon. Show it to me." As they talked, Mira walked around the shop, inspecting the smith's tools and forge, trying to see what she could use. Arad reached into his stomach and pulled the adamantine blade that Alcott gave him. He wanted to show the smith the nipple knife or the dragon slayer sword, but those could cause some commotion. The smith froze when he saw the blade snatching it from Arad's hands. "Where the hell did you get his?" "Got it from my sword teacher," he replied. "There is no way a sword teacher would give such a blade." I made this thing for that asshole Alcott. He growled but quickly closed his mouth. The sword got him agitated. You're right, Arad replied. Alcott is the one who trained me. He seems to have got a better sword, so he entrusted this one to me. The man looked at the sword and at Arad. Fine, I will give it a look. He lifted the blade and stared at it with one eye. Slightly bent as if a hill giant swung it. You seem to be in one mind with those idiots. I do have a bit more strength than the average person, Arad replied with a smile. You're right, the man sighed. Those muscles are worth something at least. He carried the blade to the table and sat it down. It will take a few hours for me to reshape the blade and sharpen it. Come see me then. As those two talked, a loud crash noise burst from the back and they turned around, seeing Mira had pulled a large steel rod from a pile of trash. Careful not to harm your hands, the man shouted. Mira stared back at him. That's insulting, you know. She waved his hand at him and he giggled. Sorry, those aren't the hands of a woman. Mira's hands were rough from years of working wood and swinging her hammer and pulling on her saw. Mira took the steel rod to Arad. This looks usable for the hammer's head. Arad looked at the rod and at the blacksmith. You can take it if it's from the trash pile, he replied, and then approached. The name is Weldon of House Red Horn, resting his fists on his hips. I'm a half-dwarf. Nice to meet you. Arad extended his hand to Weldon, Arad Orion, a dragon slayer and soon-to-be baron. And this is my wife, second wife, Mira specified in the back. We're both humans, Arad added. Weldon eyed Arad for a second. Nice lie, lad, but I can smell it on you. He smiled. A half-dragon, aren't you? You can smell it? Arad asked. I might not be a pure dwarf, but I got their strong sense of smell from my mother. I can sniff the scales on your body with a single whiff. Weldon smiled. You can't fool me if you stood this close. Mira looked around. The only forge available was being used by Weldon, so she approached Arad. Arad, can you heat it red for me? She gave him the steel rod. Weldon stated to Mira, Aren't you asking the impossible? Arad lifted the steel rod and blew on it. A fire breath emerged from his lips, crimson in color. That fire quickly turned blue then white, heating the steel in an instant. Weldon's jaw dropped seeing Arad lifting the red-hot steel rod in his hands as if it was nothing. Where do I put it? He asked. Mira looked around and saw an unused anvil. Can you put it on that? Arad approached the anvil, lifting it with one hand and taking it into a spot under the shade. You should work here. It's less hot. Mira smiled and pulled her hammer and started molding the steel. Each time the steel seemed to cool down, Arad would heat it for her again. Chapter 392, Arad Can't Forge. Chapter 392, Arad Can't Forge. Clang, clang. Mira swung her hammer down, molding the steel with sweat dripping from her forehead. Each hit boomed across the forge alongside a streak of red-hot sparks. Arad, did you call me? Jack rushed in, running after a massive black rat. Arad smiled, waving his hand. It didn't take you long. He crouched down, extending his hand to the rat. Squeeze, the rat squealed, running up Arad's arm and resting on his shoulder. Thanks to that little guy. Jack walked forward, resting on the nearest chair. So, what did you need? Arad extended his hand to his stomach. He pulled out a tiny slice of cheese that he took from the castle's food storage and handed it to the rat. The rat stared at the cheese, confused for a second before grabbing it and starting to eat. For a second, Arad realized this rat didn't know cheese could be eaten and needed time to think about it. It's stinky, but food is food. The rat's thoughts flew into Arad's mind. Arad blinked twice. What do you like to eat? He scratched the rat's head. Grain, meat, and anything like seeds. The rat replied directly into Arad's mind, staring back at him. False knowledge. I will give you something else. Arad smiled, taking the cheese back from the rate. For a moment, the blacksmith and Jack gasped as they saw Arad lift the cheese. Don't. Arad gulped the piece of cheese as if it were nothing and quickly pulled a fist full of wheat grains from his stomach. The rate raced across Arad's arm to eat, and Arad poured it on a table and let the little one eat in peace. The blacksmith rushed to Arad. You shouldn't eat that cheese, especially if a rat ate from it. Arad stared at the blacksmith. He can't reveal he's a dragon that can eat almost anything. When you eat a human full, you eat them, their organs, and every disgusting thing stuck inside them. A little cheese eaten by a rat can't pose a greater risk than a rotten zombie or a wild, poisonous snake. Jack sighed and approached Arad. Leave the rat alone for now. What did you need me for? Arad stared at Jack. For what else? Jack blinked black powder. It's the only thing I have, and don't keep some in your stomach. Arad smiled. You know me well. He looked back at Mira. She's making an explosive hammer. We need some. You know it's not safe, I mean for her. Jack scratched his head as he pulled out a small bag of black powder. But be careful. It's as expensive as it's dangerous. Arad nodded. Don't worry, we won't waste it. I know your whole fighting style relies on it as a basic for your most powerful traps. Even small smoke bombs use some of it. Jack sat back on his chair as Arad stared at the black powder. Mira swung her hammer down, hitting the red slab of steel sitting on the anvil. A tiny red spark flew as time seemed to slow down for Jack. His eyes followed the spark with fear as it approached Arad. Jack's body started moving, rushing to snatch the bag from Arad's hand before the spark hit it. The tiny red spark dodged Arad's head and flew toward the open bag of black powder, sending shivers down Jack's spine. Fish, Arad caught the spark with 2 fingers and laughed. That was close. He then flicked it away. Jack snatched the bag from Arad's hand. I'm keeping this with me until you need it, he growled. You might survive the explosion, but not us. He closed the back and threw it into his pocket. Mira stared at them. What are you two doing? Arad looked back. Jack brought the black powder. You should probably keep that thing outside the workshop. This place is full of fire and ash. Mira walked toward Arad, holding the hot slab of metal with an iron tongue. Arad took the slab and heated it again. Can I try hitting it? Mira smiled and handed Arad her hammer. Don't hit it too hard. Arad laid the slab of steel on the anvil, holding it between his fingers as he lifted the hammer up. He took a deep breath and decided to use 1/4 of his full strength. As Arad swung the hammer down, he hit the slab of metal. Sparks flew from the metal as it squashed, the hammer in Arad's hand bending and stressing its handle. Clang. With a booming sound, it snapped, sending the hammerhead flying into the ceiling and leaving a hole. The hot slab of steel flew away and almost hit Jack, breaking the stone wall with a large spark. The anvil bounced from the ground and landed back down with a puff of dust, sending a shock across the whole forge. Arad slowly looked at the handle in his hand and then turned toward Mira. Sorry about the hammer. As everyone stared at him, the hammer flew back down, breaking the ceiling and landing on the table beside the rat. The rat froze in its place, sweating buckets as the wheat fell from its mouth. Squeak! He looked at Arad, terrified. That almost ended his life. Silence fell. Don't touch anything, Jack cried, looking at the red-hot steel stuck on the wall beside him. Arad is too strong to work steel. He doesn't have the gentle touch. Arad giggled. I probably need more practice. Don't practice with other people around. The blacksmith stared at Arad with a deep sigh. You half-dragons are always crazy. The blacksmith walked toward the wall and plucked the red-hot steel with an iron tongue. Leave the girl work. You sit there and watch. He pointed at a chair. Arad walked toward the table with a sad face and pulled a chair to hit. He then watched Mira work as the rat rested on his lap eating the wheat. After a while, the rat finished eating and decided to leave, running out of the shop at top speed. As the rat rushed across the castle garden, 3 soldiers saw him and pulled their swords. A rat. Kill it before it could bite anyone. They ran after the rat. Arad looked out at the rat running away from the guards. His eyes glow purple, and so did the rat's eyes. The rat stopped running and turned around, dodging a sword swing and running between the soldier's legs. The sword swing hit one of the soldiers, dropping him to the ground. The rat took the chance to run away into the bushes where Arad released him from his control. He stared toward Arad from the bushes. Thanks, friend. Chapter 393, Blood Contract. Chapter 393, Blood Contract. Arad sat on the chair, talking with Jack, as Mira hammered the steel into shape. The two of them had no skill in the craft and couldn't help with anything besides heavy lifting. Mira finished shaping the steel and then took to the oil bath to cool it. After doing so, she approached Arad. "Care to help me with something?" Arad stood and followed her. "What is it?" Mira walked to the smith's tools and pulled a large saw. "This is a special saw made to cut steel, but it takes a lot of time and effort." Arad stared at the saw and lifted it. "Show me where to cut." Mira smiled. "I knew I could count on you. I need to cut this piece in half, so saw here." She gave him the newly formed piece of steel, and he fastened it to the anvil. Arad laid the saw on the piece of steel and started sawing it. Quickly, the speed of his arm increased to an incredible level. Ding! The saw snapped after just a second, and Arad stared at it, confused. "The blade has bent and twisted. How the hell did you do that?" The blacksmith rushed in, sad at the loss of his expensive tool. "Ouch!" the smith cried as he touched the saw, finding it burning hot. The friction heated it to a point where it couldn't stand the force of Arad's rough movements. The smith sighed and poured some water on his hand. He then handed Mira a bucket of oil. "Slowly drizzle this on the saw as he cuts. It could keep it cool enough." He then stared at Arad. "You're one monstrous lad, aren't you?" The smith walked back to his work and waved his hand to Mira. "Keep your husband in check. He's a force of nature." "You're paying for the next tool you break." Myra stared at Arad. "We might need a new set of tools for you." Arad giggled, scratching his head. "I'm a bit too strong." The smith stared at them from the back. "I bet he won't damage dwarven tools, but sadly those are too expensive to buy." He waved his hands. Dwarves hate parting with their tools, so they put stupid prices on them to deter buyers, who will buy a steel saw for 99 platinum coins. Arad stared back at the smith. "Is there another way to get them?" The smith stared at him as he started working. "Make a favor to a dwarven clan. If they considered you an axe kin, they will forge you a set of tools. Where is the closest dwarven clan?" Arad asked. But the smith shook his head. "I don't know. Father came from another continent, so I don't know anything about if one is close." Jack looked at the castle walls behind the Black Sea of Death. He sighed. "We can't simply sail the seas. Pirates and monsters are a big problem. Getting lost is another issue." The smith replied as he started sharpening Arad's sword. Arad finished cutting the steel piece in two, and Mira took it to add some details. He watched her work with a smile. Unlike Ayla or Eris, she didn't have any power or magic, just a human woman with a bunch of skill and craftsmanship. After some hours of continuous work, Mira finally sighed, finishing the hammerhead. "I never had this much fun since the steel bow." She approached Arad and showed it to him. "Now I need a handle and some powder to fill it with. My nail goes in this small hole so it fires at impact." As Mira explained it to Arad and Jack, the smith took a few seconds to digest something Mira said. "A steel bow, lady? Did you say a steel bow?" The smith approached them. He had seen Mira work and knew she had skills. She might have done it. Mira stared at him. "Ah, yeah." She scratched her head. "I did make a steel bow, and it worked better than I expected." She giggled. "Can I see it?" The smith gasped. Mira stared at Arad, and as he nodded, she looked at the smith with a grin. "Yes, but I won't give you the schematic for free. Of course I won't ask for it without a price." The smith crossed his arms. "State your price." Mira lifted her hand and opened all of her fingers. 50% profit from all the sales. And you have to sign a contract that you won't disclose the schematic to anyone else. The smith scratched his head. 50% is a bit much, don't you think? "What about crafting costs?" I said from profit, didn't I? She pointed at the smith. "After you deduct all costs and taxes, we split the profit in half." The smith smiled. "I'm in," he giggled. As Arad smiled, Ayla approached the smithy, led by a small bird. He waved his hands to her, and she smiled. "Did you call me?" "Yeah, can you show your bow to the smith?" A bit confused, but Aella pulled her steel bow and an arrow. She pulled the string and fired a shot, causing a small shockwave. The smith gasped with a happy smile. It's like a giant crossbow, but this one can be pulled by hand. I bet it requires a lot of strength. Mira smiled. The specific angles and materials, also the hardening method of the steel and quality of the string. They all work together to make it easier to draw than if you just made a normal steel bow. It's a promising new weapon. We should find a powerful mage to create our contract as soon as possible, the smith said with an excited voice. He can't wait to start making them. Arad smiled, sitting on a chair and resting his chin on his hand. No need to find a mage, he giggled. I'm right here. His voice shook, changing tone as he glared at the smith with glowing pink eyes, tattoos slowly covering his body with a dreadful aura. Arad opened his hand and a white paper emerged and dropped on the table. He lifted his hand and extended his claw, poking his own finger to draw blood. On the paper, he wrote the content and then looked at Mira. A blood contract. I need some of yours and him as well. With a smile, Mira extended her hand, and Arad poked her thumb with his claw. He then used the blood to write her section, which was mostly that she's the one to get half the profit and all. The smith approached Arad with a smile. Didn't think you could write contracts, lad? Or are you a warlock with a patron? Arad smiled. You're right. I'm his patron. Since I can make contracts with people, writing this one is as simple as it gets. The smith extended his hand to Arad to draw blood. Arad then finished writing the contract and lifted it up. Let it be written in blood and signed with fire. This contract shall stand as long as the two parties are alive. The smith smiled. Yes, I can now start making a new weapon, finally something exciting. If you failed to pay, Mira would be noticed and may choose whether to punish you or not. So keep that in mind. On the other hand, she must give you the true schematic and help you address any problems with their function. May this be a prosperous business for the both of you. The contract was then split into 3 papers. One landed in the smith's hands, one in Mira's hands, and one swallowed by Arad. Chapter 394, Arad vs. Mira. Chapter 394, Arad vs. Mira. As the sun was about to fall behind the mountains, the last streak of light faded. Mira walked out of the workshop carrying a medium-sized sledgehammer on her shoulder. Arad stood outside the forge looking at her with a smile. A nice hammer, is it usable? Mira stared at the hammer with a smile. It should be, but I won't know until I tried it in fights. She lifted the hammer and carried it with 2 hands. It's designed to be carried with 2 hands, but can be used with one. The nails and black powder are stored in the shaft and get fed up into the hammerhead using a spring. I only need to reload it once every 10 shots. Arad opened his arms. Want me to test it? Mira stared at him with a smile. Can I test it on you? Arad looked at her with a grin. Come at me as hard as you can. With those words, time seemed too slow for Mira. She could see the after images of Arad's hands dropping, his body shifting to the left as he prepared to charge at her. Myra remained still as she watched, her body too slow to reach thud. Arad reached her side, swinging his open palm at her face at a tremendous speed. Her body finally started moving, lifting the hammer to her side. In the Orig boom as Mira lifted the hammer. Arad's hand hit the hammerhead, igniting the charge inside and firing the nail. Mira rolled to the side as a cloud of smoke filled the air, her arms screaming in pain from the recoil. The nail rested on the other side of the garden, stuck to the castle wall. Arad stood in the smoke, staring at his wrist. Now, that's a hit, he smiled, a hole drilled into his palm. To think it would penetrate my scales. Mira barely managed to stand, growling as blood dripped from her forehead. She was hit with some shrapnel above her ear. Ah, Mira grunted, wiping the blood and looking at Arad. I need some goggles, earplugs, and gloves. She held the wound on her head with one hand. You okay? Arad stared at her and she nodded. But a scratch. Let's keep up, she smiled, and then glared at Arad. You tried to slap me. I intended to stop before hitting you, but you managed to reach in time. He lifted his hand, smiling as the wound on his palm closed. Thud. Mira rushed forward, clenching her fists on the hammer and screaming, "Die!" She swung down at Arad's head. Arad gently moved his head back, dodging the strine. "Die? You're cruel." A grin crossed Mira's face for a split second. She pushed her left foot on the ground and clenched her teeth, forcing the hammer's weight to shift. The hammer was now heading toward Arad's slightly bent left knee. Kaboom! Upon impact, the hammer bounced back, lifting Mira from the ground. Arad growled as the nail pierced from his knee down and nailed his foot to the ground. Using the momentum of the recoil, Mira twisted her body, swinging the hammer toward Arad's head with a roar. A smile crossed Arad's face. Nothing pleased him more than his wives being strong, and now Mira, who was the weakest, has enough strength to defend herself. He lifted his arm and caught the hammer by the shaft before it could hit him. The smith watched from a distance, his mouth gaping. Isn't Arad her husband? Why is she trying to kill him? She can't hope to land a hit if she wasn't that determined. Arad isn't someone you can face half-heartedly, Jack replied with a passive face. He won't die from those hits. The smith stared at the fight, confused. A hit to the knee could end the career of any adventurer. Arad giggled, staring at Mira. I caught the hammer. What can you do? With a grin on her face, Mira twisted her wrist, and the hammerhead started smoking. Arad's eyes opened wide as it flashed. Boom. Another nail flew right through his elbow, forcing his grasp on the hammer to loosen. The recoil sent Mira back, with the grin still on her face. She landed on her feet, shifting hammer weight to rest on her shoulder. I did put a manual trigger in the shaft. She showed Arad the small black bump of the shaft. I don't need to hit anything to ignite it, she said, with the hammer smoking behind her head. Arad stood, heeling his elbow as he smiled. A nice trick, but that recoil can't be good for you. He stared at her shaking knees and gargling voice. She's exhausted and drained from enduring those 3 hits. Mira sighed. You're right, she stared back at the hammer. It needs some modifications. A lightning charge would be nice as an alternative. Some gloves and armor would go a lot to protect me. Crack. Arad pulled his leg from the ground with ease, throwing the nail on the ground. He then approached Mira. Buy anything you need and take all the time you want. Mira stared around and then back at Arad. Lightning stones are a bit too expensive, but can I buy 2 or 3? How much are they? Arad asked, but Mira shook her head. I don't know the current prices, but last I saw them. They sold for 70 gold coins apiece. Arad nodded. Buy as much as you need. Mira smiled. I can take 3 stones and link them together. I will then store them in a wooden box on my back and use a copper link to link them to my gloves, which hold the hammer. She said with an excited face, more copper links on the shaft would guide the lightning to the hammerhead to hit on each strike. But I need a switch to toggle it on and off, she went on. I also heard mithril can conduct mana extremely well, while being very light. If I made an armor with multiple lines of that, I might be able to deflect magic with it or use it to charge the lightning stones. Thud. Arad patted her head with a smile. Feel free to try everything. He stared at her. I can afford the price, I guess. I would, Mira said with a smile, putting the hammer down. The blacksmith approached them. That was amazing. I never saw such a weapon before. It still needs some work, Mira replied, but I will get it done soon enough. She smiled. She's a hard worker. Arad lifted her in his arms. It's almost nighttime. Let's go. The smith stared at them. One last question. He shouted and looked at Mira. Are you an artificer? Mira smiled. I guess it's obvious. I'm an artificer with a carpenter subclass. Artificers are a class that has no magic or fighting skills, but they compensate by making powerful tools, items, and trinkets to help them fight. Most weapons and armor of the world were invented by artificers who shared the secret of their craft with the world, chapter 395 into the church's watch list. Even if Arad wasn't serious, Mira did fare well. And with what she intends to make, she won't be easy to kidnap again. Arad carried Mira in his arms after sucking the hammer into his stomach. Jack collected her tools and followed them to the castle's church. The tiny church was only meant for use by the soldiers and workers around the castle, as the royal family had one made for them inside the inner quarters. Arad approached the church's door, releasing a faint wave of his gravity magic and exerting a force between him and the door to force it open. Bang. As the door smacked open, the head priest stared out of his cabinet with a scared face. "How many times I told you fools to be gentle with the door," he yelled. Arad sighed. "Forget about that. We need healing. Let me down walk." Mira gasped again in Arad's arms, but he wasn't letting go of her. Thud. A large man stood at the church door. "Priest, what's going on?" The strange man growled, staring at Arad and Mira. Arad glared back at the man with glowing purple eyes. "We need healing." The strange man glared at the door. "The lock is broken and the hinges are twisted. Did you break in?" He pulled his sword. "Why is he sleeping on duty?" Arad stared at the priest. The strange man stared at the priest and then sheathed his sword. His face speaks. He was indeed asleep. The strange man sighed. "Please don't break the door next time." "No, next time I will break it beyond repair and kick him in the face," he growled, glaring at the priest. Mira's life might not be in danger, but what if someone else came, someone at death's door? The strange man scratched his head. "You speak." "Ah," he growled. "A healer can't sleep on duty. This might be a peaceful place, but no one knows when a disaster might happen." The priest rushed forward. "Bring her here. I will cast a healing spell, and you can go." The strange man approached Arad. "I will report this to the inner sanctum. Thanks for bringing it to my attention, knight." Arad nodded as the strange man left. From his appearance and the oozing magic, he was a paladin. The priest cast a healing spell at Mira, as Arad stood watching at their heads. Jack reached the church's door, panting as he carried a heavy box full of Mira's tools. He saw the paladin leave and stared at him, noting that he had gone inside the castle. The priest stood with a sigh. "It's done. She is fine now," he said with a smile. "Just what happened? This doesn't seem like an everyday injury." "I was testing an explosive hammer," Mira replied with a smile, and he stared at her, puzzled. "I don't know what that is, but don't get close to it again. Continuous damage to the head is known to get people insane." Mira stood beside Arad. "We should head out." Inside the castle, the paladin walked into the inner sanctum of the quarters church to meet the high priest there. "Sir Robin, are you available?" He knocked on the door. Click. The church's door opened, and the head priest stared at the paladin with a smile. "What brought you here at this time?" Sir Allor was asleep on duty, and a patient had to break the door to wake him up. "We need someone to fix that," the paladin replied with a stern face. The priest scratched his head. "And who is this patient who broke That doesn't matter. What matters is that he wasn't ready to fulfill the duty entrusted to him by God." The paladin's eyes gleamed golden divine magic crackling from his shoulders. Calm down, the head priest sighed. "No need to get agitated over it. The castle is a calm place, and he rarely gets any work. You can't fault him for taking a nap every now and then." He smiled. "I will send someone to fix the door immediately and make sure he gets in line." The paladin nodded the high priest's words with a smile. "Then so be it. By the light of God follows you." He turned around to leave, and the priest stared at him at the paladin's back. The priest stared with a puzzled look. The castle's church door is reinforced with iron bars so the soldier won't break with how mannerless they are. For someone to break it, it can't be one of them. He walked back into the inner church and stared at the tall status before him. The statue was of a woman wearing a strange set of clothes, standing tall with the sun on her right hand, and an eclipsed sun on her left hand. The priest smiled. "He must be the new guest at the royal court. Arad Orion was his name, right?" The priest closed his eyes and his palms, praying. "May your light dawn on this country, mistress of the blazing sun and the dreadful eclipse, Amaterasu." As Arad walked with Mira inside the castle, his first stop was the bath. "We should get cleaned a bit, should we?" He smiled. Mira stared at him and then at her arms. Her shirt still had some drops of her blood, sweat, and soot from the forge. "You're right." Arad looked left and right. "Follow me." He started walking toward the nearest maid. Belma walked through the hallway exhausted from a long day of cleaning the castle's inner halls. But even with that, there were some parts she didn't manage to finish. Headmaid Kin will yell at me again why I'm the only one who can't finish cleaning on their shift. As she walked, thud, something hit her face. She fell back on her butt and stared up. "Who's there? Look in front of you." She growled, but the shadow before her caused her to gasp, a tall man standing like a mountain, glaring her down with glowing eyes and a stern face. She could feel her soul stuck in her throat. His arms were thicker than her thighs by a lot. "Arad Orion," Arad replied, "and I was standing still. You bumped into me." He bent down to glare at her face. As their eyes met, the maid was about to cry. "What do you want?" Arad smiled, extending his hand to help her stand. "I wanted to ask if the bath is available." Belma stared at Arad's palm. It was almost as big as her forearm. She gulped down. "It's empty, but isn't prepared for anyone to use." She slowly lifted her hand, and Arad pulled her back on her legs. "Can you get someone to get it ready?" Arad asked with a smile, and the maid nodded with tears poling in her eyes. Belma stood ready to bolt it away when Arad called her back. "Tell Kin you were preparing my bath. She won't nag you on the cleaning." She stopped, staring back at Arad. "Wait, how did you?" she gasped. Arad smiled, his eyes glowing purple as he tilted his head. "Don't get scared in front of me. I can read your mind." Belma was both confused and terrified, but she also felt hopeful that telling Kin what he said could get her a peaceful night. "Thank you, sir." She bowed and ran away as fast as she could. Chapter 396, Hard-Working Hands. Arad and Aella walked into the bath, looking around to see the maids standing at the walls. They were still there, doing their job as the last time. "Sir, it's only you two this time?" One of the maids asked, wanting to know if she needed more tools ready inside for the other girls. Arad nodded, smiling. "Just the two of us as far as I know." He started taking his shirt off. "We had a fight in the garden and wanted to take a bath to wash the sweat away." The maid stared at Arad. "Also blood, I should say." She looked at his clothes. "Shall we take and give them a good rinse? A bit of soap and they would be cleaned. Only that they might take the whole night to dry." Arad looked at his clothes. His pants were drenched in blood. "Can you get our clothes?" The maid nodded. "Of course I will ask Lady Aella for them. Don't worry," she smiled. "Even if she didn't, we would have—" She stopped, staring at him. "Clothes for Lady Mira, but sadly, I don't think we have anything that can fit you." Arad and Mira took their clothes and walked into the bath, washing in the shower with the maid's help before taking a dip in the hot bath. He relaxed in the hot water, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Mira stretched her arms, soaking up to her neck. "That hammer hurt like hell," she smiled. "Hammer?" the maid said with a puzzled face. "An explosive hammer that shoots nails. I just made it and tested it on him." Mira pointed with her thumb at Arad. The maid stared at Arad with open eyes. "That was of course," Arad replied. "That hammer is quite powerful." He smiled. One of the maids stared at Arad. "We heard explosions from the garden. Was it you?" Arad pointed at Mira. "She's the one swinging the hammer." A grin crossed his face. "One hit is enough to blow a human's guts out." The three maids stared at each other, terrified, but Mira added with a smile, "It isn't finished yet. I can't be sure it can kill a monster in one hit. I doubt I can get lucky to land more than one hit." Myra was well aware of her fighting capabilities and that Arad held back against her. If she fought a serious opponent, she would have been killed before she could swing. "This is why I need it to hit harder and also armor. That would help a lot." Looking into Mira's eyes, the maids could spot a flare of mad intellect, something they found extremely disturbing. It felt wrong for them to see someone so keen on making such a leather and violent weapon, and even talk about it with a smile. "You know, it's not like a sword, right? One hit and the target's guts would spill out, one of the maids gasped, imagining a graceful slash and the gore mess Mira's hammer could make. Does it matter if the choice is between me dying and them? Then it should be, Mira replied with a passive face. I already caused Arad and the others a lot by getting kidnapped twice. She looked down. At least, now I can defend myself a bit. Arad patted her head. I'm proud of you, but you don't have to worry. I'm always watching, and I shall come flying as fast as I can if anything happens to you. Myra looked at Arad's face. Then I should be good enough to hold out until you arrive, only a few seconds. You can achieve that by running away, Arad replied. What could hold me for longer? I don't know. Mira rested her head on his shoulder, lifting her palm and dripping the water down, watching each drop as it landed back in the bath. Too many droplets, and it's become a flood. One person might not hold you, but many will. Hearing her thoughts, Arad's mind quickly slipped into the paladins. To kill him, they must go through his humanoid body, then the half-dragon body, then the dragon body, and then the vampiric wormwolf dragon. That may seem a lot, but considering that one divine smite could end one of his forms. It would only take 4 hits for him to perish. So it's a contest to see how long can I dodge their attacks and how fast I can kill them before they attack. Arad smiled. That is what they would think, but the stars won't be on their side. Arad's evil smile scared the maids, causing them to back away and fall. The disturbing intellect in Mira's eyes couldn't be compared to what shows on Arad's face. Arad stared at the maids as they fell. Are you okay? He asked. You scared them. In the same way your magic shows in your eyes, your emotions do, and so does your will. It's the same thing when a human innately senses a devil's lies or the benevolence of a god. They can sense you're a powerful dragon, but their conscious mind rejects that idea. They were also scared of Mira's gaze, but that's the same as a necromancer's stare. They can sense the unhinged ability to create something terrifying. Arad stared at his own hand. I still need to control my emotions and magic, my aura and mental barrier, as well as the animals in my void range. That's a lot to keep track of. Don't worry, you'll get a hold of it soon. No, Ovor, Arad pulled Mira toward him with his arm, catching her in a one-arm hug. Holding her like that helped him relax, like a kid holding a teddy bear, but the bear is a human girl. She smelled a bit sweet, but Arad quickly washed that thought from his head. Mira stared up at Arad with a confused face and blushing cheeks. Arad, the maids are here, she whispered. Arad looked directly into her eyes, wondering why is he with her. The question Zephyr instilled in his head is, why is he with any of them, and what does he like about them? What can he give to her, and what is she giving him? It only took his draconic brain a second to conjure one thought. Mira's rough hands, her sweating under the sun as she hammered the wood, the suntan on her arms and shoulder from wearing sleeveless clothes to work in the heat. I know it. I like her hard-working nature and outgoing courage. She doesn't fear charging at me with a hammer that could kill her, nailing an armored man, or standing tall to protect Tina from the zombies, despite being just as helpless. He smiled, lifting her palm in his hand, rough and strong hands, the marks of dedication, he mumbled. Gasping, Mira tried to snatch her hand away, feeling like her eyes were on fire. You don't like them? She cried, but her hand was stuck firmly in his palm. Arad bent down and kissed her hand. The opposite, I like them, he smiled as she couldn't breathe. Chapter 397, Another Attack. Chapter 397, Another Attack. Arad smiled, standing in the water with Mira in his arms. Should we get out? We've been here for a while. Myra looked away, not even bothering to tell him to put her down. You're right, she gave up way too quickly, knowing he wouldn't let her go with words only. Please, a moment. One of the maids bowed and rushed toward the changing room. She smacked the door open and glared at the 2 maids in the room. Did their clothes arrive? The 2 maids pointed at the shelves, smiling. They did a moment ago. Lady Eris brought them. The maid sighed in relief and turned back into the bath. Your clothes have arrived? Please head to the changing room. She walked toward Arad, carrying a white, clean towel. Arad, put me down. Mira looked at Arad's face. I need to dry my hair before wearing clothes, otherwise they would get wet. Arad gently let Mira stand on her own. You're right. Another maid approached Arad with a towel. I will dry you hard, she said with a smile, but Arad looked at her and lifted his hand. No need. I have a faster way. Fist! The water dew on Arad's skin and hair evaporated as heat emerged from his body, radiating across the bath in a gentle burst of warmth. The maids stared at the ground, steaming as Arad's body dried in the blink of an eye. He used fire magic to heat his body with an extremely weak version of flame cloak. As the maids stared at him in surprise, Arad walked into the changing room and started wearing his clothes. Mira stared at the surprised maid beside her and snatched the towel. It will be faster to do it myself, the maid gasped. Sorry, my lady, she bowed. I will get to work immediately. Her did stop as she stared at Arad. After the bath, Arad and Mira went to the dining room where they had a fulfilling dinner with Aella and Eris, discussing her new weapon and intentions to improve it. Arad stared at the girls, talking with a smile on his face. They seemed to be getting along, and that made him happy. As the dinner ended, Arad stood and took a walk around the castle before heading to Mira's room. The reason was simple. The friends of the assassin he killed before seemed to have come for revenge or to finish the mission. Up on the roof, 4 assassins silently crawled across the castle walls. We're going over this wall and climbing to the roof through the old drain tubes. Make sure to use the one at the most left, as that's the maid's quarter, and they should still be working around the castle. Where did Athen dies? One of them asked, looking around for guards. You sure our path isn't exposed? One of them asked, White looking for guards. We won't get killed as well, would we? Athene died on the roof, I bet it. Was a random guard, probably trying to sneak a peek at the princess in her room. Another replied, Keep your eyes open, and we will be fine. They kept pushing through until they reached the rooftop, looking around for the pervert guard that killed Athen, Sherp. Sherp! One of the assassins blinked, hearing a bird chirping behind him. It was midnight. Shouldn't birds be asleep? He stared back, sweating, and saw a tiny yellow canary flying across the sky, approaching them. The assassin could hear his heart beating loudly in his chest. His life flashed as he saw the bird draw closer to him, looking both harmless and intimidating. Tap. The bird hit the assassin on the shoulder with what looked like a gentle tap, but that only lasted for a split second. Crack. The assassin's shoulder cracked, his bones breaking and twisting to the other side of his body. Thwack. His core blasted away with a splash of blood, ripping several roof tiles off and breaking a chimney before flying outside the castle. The other assassins froze as their friend's blood splashed on them. What? One of them cried in terror. It only lasted for the blink of an eye, but his friend was nowhere to be seen. Click, clack. Behind them, they heard something crawl on the tiles, snapping them back to reality. They turned, seeing a big black rat staring at them as the 3 assassins gulped down. The rat stood on his back and took a stance, a silver knife glowing under the moonlight in its hand. Bewildered, 2 of the assassins turned and lunged off the roof, running for their lives, as the last one rushed at the rat, swinging a dagger. The rat expertly dodged the attack, stepping on the assassin's dagger before cutting his throat with the knife, and using his head as a stepping stone to lunge back. Thud. As the rat landed, the assassin's chest plate expanded as blood rushed from his armpits and stomach. Something had burst in his chest. The rat glared toward the 2 running assassins, seeing them jump off the castle's wall and lunge into the water canal outside the city, making a run toward the thick, mountainous forest. The rat's teeth started clicking as his body crushed, disappearing in the darkness. The 2 assassins ran as fast as they could. What was that they saw? An assassin, Rat Gah! As they ran, the one at the back cried as a tiny hole burst across his chest. He slowed down, holding his chest as the blood rushed out. What is this? As he cried, he could see it, a tiny fly circulating around him. Buzz! The fly suddenly accelerates to a blinding speed, flying through the assassin's body and riddling him with holes. The last assassin cried, "What is that? What is that?" He turned around and threw a smoke bomb. He then used that cover to make a dash deeper into the forest, never looking back. After a minute, he stopped to catch his breath, believing he was safe. Crackle! The assassin's face twisted as he looked up at the tree, seeing a tiny brown squirrel staring at him with glowing purple eyes. He instantly knew this was the monster that chased them. "Did you think you can run away from me?" The squirrel spoke, staring down at the assassin with a gold glare. The assassin's mind slowed to a halt. He did know what this was, but couldn't understand where all that raw power came from. Crack! The squirrel's neck twisted as dark magic consumed its body, transforming it into a massive shadow. As the assassin pissed himself in terror, he could see the massive jaws and claws emerging. A full dragon glared down at him. "Who sent you?" Arid growled. "Monster!" The assassin crawled away, crying. Crack! Arid swung his massive claw down, crushing the man into a paste. Arid looked down at the blood on his claw and scrapped it on the trees. Well, this is it. He sighed and looked toward the castle. Someone doesn't want Isdis alive. Probably one of her brothers. Mac back in the castle. Mira sat on her bed, brushing her hair as she heard a bird chirping outside. She smiled, rushing toward the window and opening it. A tiny yellow canary flew inside, landing on her shoulder. "What took you so long?" "I was getting lonely." She smiled, patting the tiny bird. The bird flew from her shoulder and transformed Arad, landing ahead of her. "I went on a walk through the roofs and the forest." Mira stared at him. "I heard something loud. Was it just a walk?" "A very enthusiastic walk, include killing some assassins that came after Isdis again." Arad sighed with an exhausted face. The castle isn't safe when a power struggle is on. Even Mira could guess. It was one of Isdis's brothers sending assassins after her. Arad scratched his head. There was nothing he could do right now besides enjoying the night and hoping for the best. There can't be two attacks on the same night. Movlin. With a smile on his face, Arad looked at the walls and sensed Kin's barrier was active. He can't do it with Mira here after he took Ayala on a whole trip. "We're going out. Get some clothes on yourself," Arad smiled. A few minutes later. "Gra, gra, 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 gra," Mira cried on Arad's back as he flew close to the sea surface. "Where are you taking me?" she cried, seeing nothing but endless water around them. Chapter 398, Mira's Night Eye Measured, R18 Flap. Flap, Arad flew over a large rock in the middle of the sea, an isolated piece of land the size of a few houses. It was enough for his draconic body to land, leaving some extra space. As he landed, Mira slowly climbed down his wing and stood on the jagged black stone. The salty and cold breeze of the sea washed over the body, causing her to shiver. "Cold," she gasped, clinging closer to Arad's warm arm. Arad stared at her with a smile shifting back to his humanoid form. "A beautiful place, isn't it?" He looked around, stopping to look at the glittering waves, and smiled, taking a deep breath. "I can smell them from here. Large fishes swimming underwater." "Smell what?" Mira stood beside him and asked, looking at the water with him. "A delicious large fish the size of a house," Arad mumbled. "But that can wait for later. We have more important things to do," putting his hand on her shoulder. Arad pulled her closer with a smile. With a smile, Mira stared back. "On jagged stones, you're a bit too rough?" Arad giggled. "Of course not," lifting his hand. A wave of his void rushed forth, and a whole set of furnishing popped out of the mist. A large bed with a blue sheet, a table and 2 chairs. "I made those," she pinched Arad's face. "Thought I wouldn't notice with a thick layer of paint and new sheets. I painted them like this since you left them bare wood." Arad said with a passive face, "You're the one who said it's bad for the wood." Mira giggled. "You were listening then." She grabbed onto his shoulder and pulled her body up with one arm, reaching to his face and kissing the spot where she pinched him. "Sorry about that. Did it hurt?" Arad shook his head. "Not one bit." He patted her head. "You shot a nail through my knee, and now you ask if I felt pain after a pinch." Mira giggled. "Well, sorry about that." Her hand slipped down to his knee. "I know just how durable you are," she giggled. "And how hard can you get?" With a swift swing from his arm, Arad picked Mira and started walking toward the bed. No use wasting more time, even if the night is still long. He laid Mira on the bed and sat beside her. "It's quite cold here for you, isn't it?" Mira swung her body to sit on his lap. "We should stick closer then." She giggled, her hand sneaking its way beneath his shirt. Inside Arad's head, Doma dragged Mom deeper into Arad's mind with a smile. "We're going to sleep. Enjoy." Her voice faded away like a coin dropping into a dark well as Arad felt her hands sliding beneath his clothes. He smiled, reaching with his hand beneath her shirt and gently pulling it up, his hands stucking beneath her chest. "Want to take it off?" He smiled as she clenched her chest on his hand. "Don't want to. It's cold," she smiled. "Unless you take yours first, then I can have something to lean onto." She grabbed his shirt, pulling it up above his head. Myra couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up as she saw Arad's chest pushing against his tight tank top. No, it wasn't tight. Arad's chest was bigger than the biggest tank top they could buy, his arms were larger than her thighs, and the heat radiating from his body felt as warm as sitting beside a warm stove. "You weren't this hot last time?" she smiled, dragging her fingers on his tank top and taking it off. "What should I do with that?" Arad stared at her, confused for a second, but he decided not to meddle and let her do her thing. Who knows? Someone might have said it felt cold around here. Mira giggled, sitting her head on his bare chest. "I can't hear your heartbeats." "It's both a sad and a relieving feeling." She stared into his eyes. "There is no heart here to kill, but nothing for me to listen for. In a dangerous world, the heart was seen as a weakness, a place where a single stab could end the mightiest of warriors. A sword to the heart is a common way to die in this cruel world. There is no need to be sad." Arad wrapped his arms around Mira's neck, pulling her head closer to his chest. "Badump, badump. You can pull my heart from the void with one word, no matter how far it has sunk." Myra giggled, hearing Arad's heartbeats loud and clear inside his chest. She turned toward Arad's chest and closed her eyes, resting her forehead on him. "Well, last time you did me well." She went silent for a second and then took a deep breath. Rubbing her face on Arad's chest and taking a deep whiff, he smelled of lavender from the bath and had a tiny hint of blood on him. Arad giggled. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Just stay still." She growled with her face still buried in his chest. "I asked Iris for some knightly advice, and she gave me a whole book and a lecture. I will give it a try here." "She has some experience?" Arad asked, looking at her face. "She referred to the book every time she said something. I doubt she had any experience besides reading that." Mira replied with a smile, "Now, sit still." With a grin on her face, she reached down and grabbed the edge of his pants, pulling them down in one fell swoop. "Fine by me," Arad replied, relaxing and falling on the bed. "Do what you want. For now, ask me if you need any help." Mira stared at him and smiled. "Start by sitting back up and at the bed's edge, if you please." She extended her hand and grabbed his wrist, helping him sit. As Arad sat, Mira crawled between his legs and stared at the large hunk of meat ahead of her face. She paused for a second, definitely too big and long. Using her palm, she closed her fist around his flesh, trying to give it a rough measure. 3 fists and a bit more, around 30 centimeters. "And it's larger than what my fingers can wrap around." She gasped, staring up at Arad. No wonder this didn't fit last time. "Ayla took it well," Arad replied, but Mira sighed. "Yeah, seeing how she could barely walk, she took it well." Chapter 399. Mira's Night, A. How to Make It Easier, R18. Mira opened her tongue, reaching down with her head to the base of Arad's flesh, giving it a lick from the base to the top. Arad stared at her. "What are you doing?" He was confused. No matter how much he searched his mind, he couldn't come up with a reason. Mira giggled, seeing him confused. "I thought you would have guessed it by now." She clenched her fist around his flesh, rubbing it up and down. "You always figure it out. You should stop. I don't see a meaning to it unless you want to." Even if he didn't get it, he wouldn't mind letting her keep going. He learned his lesson from Zephyr, and not everything needs a reason in his mind anymore. The book said it's good to lube it up. Mira stopped moving her hand, especially with something this big. "It would hurt less if I did this beforehand." She looked away. "And it can make it shorter if I got it stimulated enough," she mumbled. "I can't change my size," Arad replied upon her. "I meant time, not size." She opened her mouth, taking the whole head in. That book said getting it stimulated beforehand can make the course time shorter. Myra stared, trying to push Arad's flesh deeper into her mouth, but she could barely get past the tip. He was just too big for her to handle. "What is that book?" Arad sighed. "And why did Eris have it?" Myra stopped sucking and looked toward Arad with a smile, a droll dripping from her lips. "Melissa's Guide to Surviving the Largest in the World." I barely got past the first chapter called Vanilla. Where did I hear about that before? Arad scratched his head, but Mom and Doma were asleep to answer his question. He had to rely on himself to interpret that. "Won't it work in reverse?" Arad's draconic brain started working more than it should have, driving his thought process deeper into a territory that it never reached before. "Reverse?" Mira asked, and Arad extended his hand behind her back, lifting her up as she flailed her legs. "What are you doing?" she cried. "Testing something," Arad replied as he laid on his back, slowly sitting Mira on his face. "Like this," Mira gasped, pushing with her legs on the bed, trying to stand. But Arad stopped her, speaking from beneath her butt. "If you licking me can make it easier, won't be doing the same to make it double easier?" "I don't think so." Mira tried to stand, but Arad held her in place. "Let me go. I didn't finish with you yet," she cried, trying to get him to sit up. "Ed? No," Harad smiled. "We might dry out if we did it separately. Keep licking from there, and I will handle this." Mira's body shivered as she felt a rough, warm thing brush between her legs. She instinctively clenched her hips, but Arad's head kept them apart like a stone between mountains. "Let me go," Mira cried, gasping for air as she tried to reach toward Arad's flesh. But each time his tongue brushed against her, she shuddered and let go. "Arad, I can't do it like this. Let me go," she cried again, falling on his stomach with a red, sweaty face, convoluting with each lick. Arad stopped for a second. "You all right?" He looked at her as her legs pulsated. "Probably a bit too all right," Mira gasped, staring back at him with a weird smile. "You should probably get on top. I can't focus enough." Arad nodded, wrapping his arms around her back and sitting up. He then laid her on the bed with her head dangling at the edge. Arad gently pressed his flesh against her lips and bent forward over her body, reaching between her legs. He has to be careful. He's far larger and heavier than her. It's safer for her if she is on top, but if it has to go this way, he should not let his whole weight on her crack. Arad's back cracked as he bent it to reach his destination. He then used his arms to support his whole weight on the bed and bent between her legs. As Arad started licking her, Mira opened her mouth and took a deep breath, letting Arad's flesh slowly slip inside her mouth and into her throat. Her body didn't like it, trying to gag each time, but she held it back as hard as she could. Her vision blurred for a second as she lacked air, tapping on Arad's legs to pull out. Arad quickly backed away and stared at her. "You okay?" Mira coughed. "I'm fine." She started at Arad with tears dripping across her forehead and her drool across her cheeks. "I only needed a breath." "You can't breathe?" Arad stared at her. He did feel that her chest stopped moving up and down, but only thought she was breathing slowly. "Not with this thing shoved in my throat." Mira flicked her finger on Arad's flesh, more girth than I can handle. "Sorry about that," Arad sighed. "I will look for a way to make it smaller. Probably Zephyr would have a solution." Clench. Mira closed her fist on Arad's flesh. "It isn't a downside, just a thing that I can't handle." She sat up, wiping her face. "I'm sure someone else would love it like this." An ant queen, perhaps? Miriam, Arad stared at Mira. Who else? She's as big as you. She grabbed Arad by the hand and pulled him toward her. This should be enough. Put it inside. Arad's flesh rested between her legs as he slowly pushed forward. Mira's body jerked in place, her hips writhing back and forth, trying to avoid Arad's flesh. Ah, Mira gasped, feeling it slip inside her. It was less painful than last time, but that didn't change much. She still felt as if her insides were about to rip apart. She stared down, only the head was inside. Clenching her teeth, Mira wrapped her legs around Arad's hips and locked them, using what strength she could muster. She tried to push him deeper. To her surprise, Arad's speed didn't change, no matter how much she pulled. He gently pushed deeper at a very slow speed, doing his best to make sure she didn't get hurt. As Mira thought, Arad bent over her, reaching to her chest. "Can I lick those?" "Of course, don't ask," Mira cried in surprise, and Arad grabbed her breasts in his palms, squeezing them gently. They are smaller than Ayela's, but far more springy. With a swift move, he licked her right nipple, giving it a gentle bite before sucking on it, trying to get something out. To his surprise, he only managed to squeeze a few drops of milk from her, unlike Ayela. Arad kept sucking, albeit a bit disappointed. Chapter 400, Mira's Night 3, Must Be Gentle, R18. Chapter 400, Mira's Night 3, Must Be Gentle, R18. Arad sighed as he sucked down on Mira's breasts. They are drier than he thought. He would have been happier if they were half as juicy as Ayela's. He then shook his head. He can't compare them, since to each her charm. Mira stared at Arad as he shook his head. "Don't rub your face on my chest." Arad stopped and smiled. "You did the same." "You can't fault me." With a grin, he gently pecked one of her nipples. Myra gasped for air, her hands pushing on Arad's head as she tried to move his head away from her chest. "Forget about it. You don't have enough strength to get away from me." Arad was just as persistent as her. If he wanted something, he would take it. "Fine, but don't suck on them." She exhaled, trying to pull her breasts down away from Arad. "That isn't something I can compromise on." Arad smiled, giving her nipples a hard double suck. If one didn't have enough milk, two might. Mira's body writhed, convulsing as she gasped for air. There was one reason she didn't want Arad around her breasts. They were too sensitive, far from what she was comfortable with. As Mira was busy focusing on her chest, she felt something push inside her stomach. Arad had reached her limit, and it was going to be agonizing if he pushed further against her cervix.
"Arad, please stop. You're going too deep,"
Mira gasped, extending her hands to push on his chest. Arad stopped pushing deeper. "I'm only 2/3 of the way in," he said, looking down, and then stared at her face. "You took it deep last time?" he asked with a worried face. "I only know you reached the limit. I can't take you deeper." She then scratched her chin. "If you pressed further, you might damage the egg." As she said those words, Arad froze in place for a second, pulling out immediately. "What do you mean?" Mira was surprised. He pulled out, but preferred to answer his question first. "The egg should be behind the limit you reached. If you went any deeper, you would be crushing it." Arad nodded, something boiling in his head. His consciousness rushed deeper into his mind, waking Doma. "You never told me doing it while she's pregnant could damage the egg." Doma woke up with Mom. "She won't be harmed as long as you stay sensible. A normal human can't possibly cause harm unless in the last months. But you're a dragon with massive size and steel-like hardness. Take it slow and go only as deep as she allows you," Mom added as she went back to sleep with Doma. Arad sighed, and Mira looked at his face, worried. "You okay?" "I'm fine. It's just that Doma or Mom didn't warn me about this before. What if I pushed too deep by mistake?" Arad growled. Mira smiled. "You won't, and you didn't." She extended her hands, touching his face. "Come, we still have a long night." She pulled him closer. Arad gently lined himself back and pushed forth. Mira gasped as she felt him rub against her again, but this time urged him to move a bit faster. She would be fine as long as he doesn't go too deep. Arid started to once again suck her breasts, causing her to writhe and wiggle as he quickly ramped up speed. From now on, he has to be careful with her, especially since she's pregnant. Arid? Mira smiled, reaching up to Arad's face, giving him a gentle kiss. Sorry, I can't take you whole. She looked into his eyes. After this egg is out, I promise to let you go all the way in, no matter what. Don't worry about it, Arad kissed her back. Knock, knock, knock. Aella opened her eyes, hearing someone knocking on her door. She mumbles, Who comes this late at night? Whoever this person was, he interrupted her meditation. Hold Zephyr flew out of her. You remain here. I will see who's there. You sure? Aella asked, and Zephyr smiled. They can't hurt me, and even if they did, I will just emerge from you. Zephyr acted as a summon for Aella. She would merely return inside her if she was killed in battle, which means Zephyr could be summoned again if she or Aella had enough mana to do so. Zephyr flew toward the door, shrinking her body enough to fit through the keyhole and go outside. She could see a large armored man standing there, tapping his foot on the ground impatiently. Oi, big guy! The man blinked, looking around and poking his ear. I just heard something. Look! Zephyr shouted, and the man stared at her. She was as small as a fly, standing on the door's lock. The man looked closer at her, surprised and fascinated at the sight of a rare creature. You're a pixie, aren't you? What are you doing here? Hemph. Zephyr tilted her head, glaring at the man's face. She could sense no malice from him. He's here with a purpose. Speak up, human. I have no time. The man nodded. Sorry, you can call me Adron of the Golden Hands, an officer in the Holy Army of Alcyria. We serve the goddess of the sun and eclipse, Amaterasu, the goddess of the harvest, Jemima, and the god of dawn and renewal, Evander. He bowed. Zephyr stared at the man, thinking, what does the Holy Army have to do with Aella? Arad didn't cause any trouble with them yet. What does a messenger of the gods do at my front door? You know the Fae don't fancy the mortals' beliefs? Zephyr glared at the man. One wrong deed and I will attack. She lifted her hand, causing the wind in the hallway to howl. Of course, I don't intend to offend you. The man bowed again. We sensed a trace of Ellis's divine magic around here, the goddess of the dark elves. I was sent to investigate that. He looked at the door. If a messenger of hers is here, we very much like to have a talk with them about the 1,000-year-old war. Chapter 401, bonus chapter, The Great Wind Sprit and the Old War. Zephyr stared at the man. She knew of the war. 1,000 years in the past, this land was occupied by the Dark Elves, who loved coastal regions. They loved to bathe in the sun and get tanned. In the past, a cult of High Elves tried to burn the World Tree and failed. The tree punished them with a curse, abandoning them and taking her grace away. The cult members burned with holy flames and flew deep underground, their skin as black as charcoal. They were the first Dark Elves, but after millenniums, a hero named Cain Lisworth came and managed to mend the bad blood between them and the World Tree, and they once again were graced, turned back into High Elves with pale skin. It was the birth of the first Moon Elves. Those elves split into two groups, one that lived as High Elves and lived as Moon Elves. But since they were shunned in the dark for thousands of years, they yearned for the sun. For decades after the grace, you can see the elves lying in the sun on beaches, bathing in the glory of sunlight. Those elves got sunburns badly, to the point their skin turned into a dark tan, and humans began to call them dark elves again, or tanned elves. Yes, dark elves are tanned High Elves, and that stuck through the generations as a rite and a tradition. This land belonged to them, but the humans invaded 1,000 years ago and drove them out. The Holy Order of the Three Gods probably wants to apologize to the Dark Elf goddess, but has no way of contacting her. Zephyr sighed as the information flooded across her mind. She smiled. If your head pope wants to apologize for the invasion, he's out of luck. We have none associated with Aelis enough to contact her. The man's eyes opened wide. The wisdom of the Fae. You could guess it, he gasped. Guess it? Zephyr stared at him, poking her ear like he did before. I was alive when it happened, kid. Don't compare me to you. The man backed away, staring at her. You lived at that time? How old are you? Don't ask a lady about her age. Zephyr growled. The Storm Jungle, the Howling Queen. Ring a bell? I read about it. The man nodded. A spirit that lived in the wild mountains and set a tool on both armies. The leader of the elves and humans had to go together to her domain and beg her not to trample the armies. He stared at Zephyr with a drop of sweat trailing across his face. They said the meeting was less than pleasant, but the spirit didn't interfere after that. Zephyr reached into her pocket, pulling a tiny object with a smile on her face. The object grew in size and was revealed to be a scroll, a contract between me and the first pope. A copy of it, at least. I'm keeping the original sealed. She threw it to the man. The man sat at his hands, shaking. I expect the pope tomorrow, and he's better be ready to beg and apologize. Annoying me is a valid reason for me to turn hostile again. She smiled. The man opened the scroll and gave it a read. It all boils down to one thing. Zephyr owned all the forest land and had been letting the Dark Elves live there since they gave her offerings. The first pope and the Dark Elves' leader didn't negotiate with the spirit. They begged it not to destroy their armies. The negotiation didn't last a day, but a whole week, and those two spent it begging and pleading to the spirit. The spirit Zephyr agreed to stay out of their fight as long as they didn't annoy her, and if they did, she's free to kick them both out. Go. Zephyr glared at the man. If I don't get an explanation, I will throw this city and your whole army into the Death Sea. The man stared into Zephyr's eyes. Her words were no mere boast. She meant them, and has the power to do it. The great wind spirit? He gasped Eden Volve. Yep, that's me. She stared at him. Get moving out of my sight. And don't you ever dare come knocking on my door. Call to me on the wind, and I shall come if I feel like it. Zephyr snapped her fingers, and a strong gust of wind dragged the man away across the castle halls, throwing him outside. He stood and ran as fast as he could to the central church. Zephyr stared into the hallways and then shrunk herself, going through the keyhole and back to Aella. I dealt with him, only a messenger of the church. What? Aella gasped. Don't worry. They won't cause trouble for Arad as long as they know who am I, Zephyr smiled. Even though I decided not to bring that up again, she sighed. Bring up what? Aella stared at her. She was listening to their talk outside, but still couldn't completely understand it. It's a long story, too long to tell in detail. Zephyr sat on Aella's head. Simply state, I owned the land beside the Elvish kingdom in the past. It's what you call now the kingdom of Alceria. Zephyr flew to the floor and tapped her foot on it. This land is mine, the whole kingdom. I only let Dark Elves live since they gave me a lot of gifts and money, and they almost treated me like a goddess. But when the humans tried to invade, they were too proud to ask for my help and fought alone. Aella could guess the rest. The war started destroying the land, so you got angry. Yes, the two leaders came to ask me to stop throwing their soldiers into the sea, but I was really angry at the time. Zephyr sighed. I wasn't taking any of their offers, and they ended up dancing and singing, trying to appease me. Then they started begging since you didn't stop killing their soldier, Aella mumbled. I didn't stop my storm. After 4 days, they gave up all the tricks and started licking my feet and begging me not to kill more of their soldiers, and I ended up giving up and not interfering any further. Zephyr sighed. They kept begging you like that for 3 more days? Aella gasped. I was young and hard-headed, Zephyr smiled. You don't become a patron without power. Aella stared at Zephyr. You don't seem that much, to be honest. Of course I have power. Zephyr stared at Aella. Me and Doma are beings people should antagonize. It's a miracle that your party has us both. Chapter 402, Invading the Inner Sanctum. Chapter 402, Invading the Inner Sanctum. In the morning, Arad returned with Mira to the castle. They instantly teleported inside upon getting close. You can go back to sleep. I will check something out, Arad said, walking toward the door. The sun is about to rise. What do you have to do? Mira asked with a worried face. Arad smiled. Nothing important. Zephyr wants to talk to me. I will check with her quickly." He opened the door and walked away and left Mira to rest till the morning. When Arad went into the garden, he saw Zephyr flying around the flowers and roses, staring at them with a smile. "You never once called me to talk like this. Is something the matter?" "It's a long story." Zephyr turned around and stared at Arad with a passive face. "Want the long or short story?" "Long can't miss details," Arad replied. Zephyr flew toward him and told him what happened last night, explaining everything relating to her, the dark elves, and the invading humans. She even showed him the contract, a binding vow to the first pope. After sitting for a while, Arad stared at the sky. "What should I do? Can I say something as a fellow patron?" "We who reached a level of power high enough to grant people magic, yet not enough to leave the mortal planes or ascend," Doma said, a mouth appearing on Arad's hand. "What do you suggest?" Zephyr stared at Arad, waiting for Doma to reply. This land should stay in the human's hand. There is no need to restart the old war. But I suggest you renew the contract to better terms, and not with the Pope." Arad could feel a weird excitement coming from Doma. She had a nasty plan brewing inside her head. "Arad is slowly taking a role similar to Alcott as a dragon mediator. How about we add humans and dark elves? Heck, even the gods." The face appearing on Arad smiled. "When gods try to make a deal with each other through their servants, let's put Arad in the middle as a first job. He will oversee the negotiation between the humans, you, the dark elves, and the respective gods." "Wait. I can't do that." Arad gasped, shaking his face. "You know how many paladins are there? 4 hits, and I'm going to the grave faster than I can throw punches. What she is saying is that you have potential, and don't worry about them. They can't smite you anyway." Zephyr smiled, flying toward Arad's face. "Harming, you mean starting a war against Illis, the goddess of the dark elves, and me. Paladins serve the gods, not fight against them." "I thought each one served one god." Arad looked at Zephyr, confused. "Those are clerics. Paladins serve the greater good. To make it simpler, gods usually band together and form what we call pantheons. There are many, like the elvish pantheon, which has gods like Sylph and Elis, and the human pantheon, which has others like Jemima Amaterasu and Evandor," Zephyr explained. "Alina's church is dedicated to the Earth Mother." "Who is that?" Arad remembered Lydia calling her like that. "The Earth Mother, an overdeity named Chontia. But that church is dedicated to the human pantheon. It's those 3 I said before." Zephyr flew and sat on Arad's shoulder. "They will kill me when they know I'm a vampire." Arad sighed, but Zephyr stared at him, pulling on his hair. "They won't. And no one said I would allow them to check you." She giggled. Arad nodded and smiled. "So then, where should we meet?" "They usually pray in the church right after dawn. That is how followers of Amaterasu, Evandor, and Jemima do it most of the time. We can wait for them to call us or catch them first." Zephyr smiled. Arad turned and looked into the castle. "I know where the inner church is. Heard they call it the inner sanctum. Let's give them a surprise visit." The head pope walked inside the castle's halls, heading toward the inner sanctum guarded by the general of the Paladin army and several other men. To this country, his importance is almost equal to the king, since most people follow the same religion. Thud. Upon reaching the golden door of the inner sanctum, the pope stopped and stared at the handle. "Strange. I sense the divine magic of the dark elves' goddess Elis." He looked at the Paladin general. "No one has the key other than me and you." The general approached the door, his eyes glowing golden as he grabbed the handle in his hand. "It's locked tight. He must have slipped in without going through the door." The Pope sighed, fixing his gold-laced clothes and large onion hat. "First the great spirits show up, and now this messenger of Elis is challenging us. What could we do?" The general looked back at his men. "Protect the Pope, but don't attack the messenger first, and even if he did, they to convince him to speak instead of fight. We must solve this in a peaceful way." The Pope nodded. Good judgment. We mortals have no right to start a fight between the gods. Also, that spirit is a disaster if angered. We must tread carefully. The general pulled a silver key from his pocket and unlocked the sanctum's door. He looked back and slowly pushed the door open, keeping an eye forward for any surprise attack. Looking inside, the inner sanctum looked like any regular church with the statues of the gods in the front. The only difference is the quality of the building and materials. Everything was made of rare marble, gold, silver, and gems. On the front row of seats, a large black-haired man sat with one leg on the other and one arm resting on the seat's backrest. It only took the general one stare, but he could sense it in his bones. This man was a real problem. Ellis's messenger, I presume. May I ask? How did you get inside? The general walked in the front, keeping his eyes fixed on Arad's head. Without turning, Arad replied in a passive tone. Through the front door. The general blinked. Arad wasn't lying, but the door was locked tight. It doesn't make sense. You opened it? Arad pointed at the statues of the gods and asked them. He turned his head, glaring at the paladin general with glowing purple eyes. Wait, statues don't speak. A vein bulged in the general's head. He wanted to strike, but sighed instead. Fine. Shall we talk now? Or did you only come to pray? Do I look like I'm praying? Arad sighed, imitating the general. You seem a bit angry, aren't you? Chapter 403, Fluctuating Stress. Chapter 403, Fluctuating Stress. The Pope stared at the general and Arad. He could feel their magic clashing and burning like waves of thunder. It would only take a small trigger for those two to fight. Calm down, both of you, the Pope said, walking between them and lifting his hands. This is a holy place. No need to kill each other. Arad turned and looked at the statues. You're right. The general walked to sit on the opposite chair to Arad, putting his massive greatsword beside him. It's not a place for the unholy, he glared at Arad, but the gods would have struck you down if they wished. Undead, vampires, and ghosts burn when walking into a church due to the excessive holy magic flowing inside. The fact that Arad could remain there only meant the three gods didn't mind his presence. The Pope walked between them and reached to the statues to pray. A tiny fairy emerged from Arad's pocket and flew to sit on Amaterasu's statue's head. Noelb, or it's been a while, humans. She smiled, glaring down at the Pope. The Pope stared at Zephyr, sweating. Can I please ask you not to sit on the holy statue? Zephyr smiled. Relax, human. It's only a stone. Zephyr knocked on the statue's head. The gods live above in the heavens, and prayers come from the heart. This is only a representation created by you humans. I doubt it resembles the real thing. Is that supposed to be the wisdom of an ancient being? The Pope stared at Zephyr with a worried face. You can see it however you like. Zephyr flew back to Arad and rested on his head, dangling her legs from his forehead. You wanted to try and mend your relationship with the dark elf goddess, didn't you? The Pope looked around and approached Arad. Before that, we wanted to apologize for sending one of our men to you. Great Spirit. We have no intentions of repeating that, and will do our best to fix the relationship we have. Arad stared at the Pope with a puzzled face. Relationship? She's letting you live on her land for free. I can't see how that is called a relationship. He glared at the Pope. You're technically using her. We dare not, the Pope replied with a stern face, after the ancient agreement with the first Pope. Zephyr decided to allow the winner of the war to live on her land. Zephyr shook her head, swinging her legs and hitting Arad's forehead. That's right, but it isn't fair, she said with a smile, looking down at Arad. This one here doesn't represent Elis, nor the gods. She started playing with Arad's head. A dragon slayer and mediator like Alcott, the paladin general said from his seat, staring at Arad. You want him to oversee the negotiation? Zephyr stared at the general with a grin. You're right. I do trust he would get me a nice deal. The Pope stared at Arad. Before that, why do I sense Ilis's divine magic latched onto you if you don't represent her? I fixed one of her shrines on the peak of one western mountain. She then asked me to help a soul in her name, an unholy and cursed assassin that I'm to save in the underground cities. The general stared at Arad. The divine magic quaked. It's indeed a holy mission, befit a paladin. I'm no paladin, Arad replied with a passive face, staring forward. If not now, she might make you one upon the completion of the holy mission. The general smiled. The gods' trials are fickle. I do remember mine. What was yours? Arad asked, as he felt the general's magic calm down. I was a humble knight in the past, but one day I got a vision from Amaterasu while praying to the gods in the church. A little kid I was to kill. He smiled. What do you think? Arad stared at the general. Let me guess. A vampire. The general burst laughing, and I hesitated to do it for weeks, but when I gave up and swung my sword down at his neck. The beast revealed itself. The general lifted his hand, clenching a fist. I could feel the holy magic flowing in my blood, seeking the vampire's doom. My sword burned with holy flames as it burst into my first smite, in the name of the mighty sun. We heard you punched a vampire. The Pope stared at Arad. He was going by the name Chuzuke and disguised as a kid, fooled me for a while before we managed to confront him. Arad smiled. Now I feel bad. The general stared at Arad with a smile. Is that how you were turned? Night spawn. Arad shook his head. Actually, no, he sighed. I was infected with lycanthropy in a mission, and a friendly vampire I know infected me to prevent me from becoming a feral werewolf. And to think you were able to keep your sanity with both curses. The general stared at Arad. But heed my warning, don't trust those powers. They drive people to madness as they eat away at your soul. Click. The door lock clicked, and both the Pope and the general stared back. The other paladins pulled their blades. The door was locked, and we have the only keys. A muffled voice came from behind the door. A click out of 1. Nothing on 2, 3 is binding. And it's open. The door opened, and Jack looked inside. Holy shit, a lot of them, he gasped. Whoosh! The door got pushed open as Lydia glared inside, seeing Arad sitting with the paladins. She was right, Lydia mumbled. Aela told her that Zephyr went with Arad and they might have encountered the paladins, so she came to try and make any fight if possible. A paladin traveling with a vampire? The general stared at Arad and then at Lydia. I didn't expect that. As your superior, I'm a bit disappointed. Lydia glared at the general with a golden fire glowing in her eyes. You dare insult the gods, she grasped the handle of her blade. As paladins, we only answer to the gods and the greater good. You're neither. The general laughed, a true hell rider. He stood, and what about him? He stared at Jack standing outside the door, a rogue as well. You don't seem to choose your company well. Thud. Jack walked into the inner sanctum, and the moment he set foot there, a wave of divine magic rushed forth from him. The paladin general gasped, staring at the wakizashi hanging from his waist. Where did you get that? Chapter 404, Demon and Blood. Chapter 404, Demon and Blood. Jack stared at the general from a friend that is all the details you would get. Those items are dangerous in the wrong hands. The general stared at Jack, unapproving of him carrying the wakizashi. That thing was a relic from ancient times known as the Blade of Amaterasu, once held by a rogue hero from the east called Daraku. The Blade of Daraku, the protector of the first priestess of Amaterasu, Miko. That's not something a rogue should be playing with. The general stood, approaching Jack. Hand it over. Jack shook his arms. I'm not strong enough to prevent you from taking it by force, but beware. He smiled. The one who entrusted it to me won't be happy with you taking it. I have no care for those who desecrate holy relics. This one shall be kept safe in the holy house of the sun. The paladin general walked forth and snatched the wakizashi from Jack's hand with a swift move. Jack smiled. Then deal with it alone. Sizzle. The wakizashi started burning with holy magic, charring the general's hand. What? Is it this unstable? The general growled, trying to calm the magic, but the divine will in the blade itself rejected him. The relic was already attuned to Jack and won't be held by anyone else unless approved. The paladins in the back froze in place, and the priest fell on the ground as a deep voice shook the inner sanctum. "Mutt, drop that thing from your mouth, now." The general turned around and felt a sense of doom. A six-eyed demon glared at him, sword in hand. "That blade is my friend's keepsake. It's not for you to play with." The general immediately pulled his greatsword. Archon's smite. He swung the massive blade down at a blinding speed, shaking the ground as the sword approached the demon. The divine magic faded, and the blade crumbled. Crackle! Everyone in the room felt as if they were at death's door. Nothing there mattered as the demon lord lifted his blade. This blade killed countless demons, devils, angels, gods, and abominations of the outer realms. "Put the wakizashi down, Mutt." Caden growled, and the general dropped the blade, his soul almost disintegration. Caden's aura faded as he sheathed his blade, picked the wakizashi, and approached Jack. "I asked you to keep it safe, but I guess you can't do anything against this Mutt." He looked back at the general. Jack took the wakizashi again and smiled. "Thanks, I didn't expect you to come immediately." Caden stared at the wakizashi. "My friend Daraku left that blade. It's blessed by Amaterasu and reforged and cared for by me for thousands of years." Caden smiled, his 6 eyes fading into a normal pair. "Mubel, Mung, 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 Mung. Darkow was like you, a rogue, and like you, he chased a woman of clothes following Amaterasu. History is repeating itself, and this blade is back to the assassin of the Eclipse, Zon." Caden disappeared as quickly as he appeared, leaving everyone puzzled. "Who was that?" the Pope gasped, and Arad stared at him. "Caden Damon, the first rank of the world powers, the demon lord, the god's slayer himself." The Pope cried. He knew that an absolute demon of unimaginable power had accompanied the first priestess and her guard Daraku, but he didn't expect him to be alive. Arad stood and approached the general. He stared at him with a passive glare. "Why did you even want to meet me?" The general shook his face. He still hadn't recovered fully from being hit with Caden's aura, but he at least stood and replied. "The Pope wanted to open the kingdom to the Dark Elves. After excessive discussion with the king, we decided to accept anyone as a citizen if they just asked." The Pope rushed in, knowing that it was better to bury the matter of the wakizashi. They want no beef with Zephyr, let alone the strongest world power. The previous pope allowed dark elves in, but didn't let them get citizenship or build churches for Ellis's worship. I intend to change that. We will even build a garden for Zephyr," the pope said with a smile. He knew they couldn't keep at it like this. "Now that sounds nice," Jack smiled, patting the general's shoulder. "Holy relics are bound to their user. Don't try taking one again by force, even if you're the strongest paladin of that god." Lydia stared at the general and the Pope, Jack's words ringing in her head. The church is at best dysfunctional and at worst unfaithful and dangerous. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "Jack, let's go." She walked and pulled Jack with her. "We have several things to buy," she said with a smile. "Do you need money?" Arad said, looking at them. "We should have enough," Lydia replied with a smile. "I only need a new sword, and Jack wanted some new trinkets." Jack looked at Arad. "But we could use a bit more gold," he smiled. "Would be nice to pick a high-grade sword for Lydia, a pair of armor, and some extra black powder for me." With a smile, Arad gave Jack several gold coins. Those two needed to arm themselves well, especially Lydia. Rare are the swords that can survive an action-surged divine cleaver. As Jack and Lydia left, Arad stood beside the general. "Is that all?" The general and the Pope stared back at him. "What do you mean? Puff." Zephyr flew from Arad's head, zapping around at high speed. "I call a new contract." The Pope and general stared at her. "You can't put a new contract without the Dark Elf Patriarch present." Zephyr froze in her place. That was a term she put in the first contract. Scratching her head, "That would take a while." Everyone stared at each other. "That's enough for today," Arad clapped his hands. I do have some work to do, thus I must go. The general stared at him silently for a second. We should talk more. Do you have time later? Arad turned back as Zephyr flew to him. I don't know, but I doubt I will have it today, probably another time. He walked out, waving his hand with a smile. Arad stretched his arms, almost hitting the ceiling of the castle's hallways. I should visit the guilds. Do you think Ella has time to come along? Zephyr shook her head. I don't know, but someone else just woke up. She pointed forward. As Arad looked, he saw Eris walking across the shadows, carefully avoiding the sunlight. Eris, you're early, Arad said with a smile, approaching her. Eris yawned, rubbing her eyes. I want to sleep. She stared at Arad with one eye. Can I get back to sleeping during the day? Arad stared at her. You're the one who wanted to integrate into human society. You will soon get used to it. He stared at the window and put his hand under the sunlight. We will find a solution for this as well. He smiled. Eris giggled, approaching him. Probably, if I nibbled a bit on your neck, I might be able to walk in it. She giggled, her face approaching his neck. Thud, Arad grabbed her by the face. Don't, he pushed her back. At least not now. Fine, she cried, looking sad, but I would get some tonight. Arad nodded. That depends, he approached her. I'm going to the guild. Care to join me? Eris smiled. The Adventurers Guild? Why? I want to see what kind of quests they have here. He smiled, clenching his fist. I also have a letter from Nina to the guild. She's asking them on behalf of Alina's guild master Malta to send several appraisal orbs and scrolls. Doing a favor for Sarah and a delivery quest for Nina. She giggled. Don't tell me you have another weird mission? Arad smiled. I don't think so. The two stared at each other for a second in silence. A maid walked into the hallway, seeing them standing. The maid approached, looking at them with a puzzled face. Why are they silent? You're Sir Arad and Lady Eris, right? The maid asked with a smile. You're searching for him? Eris growled, glaring at Arad's face. With a gentle smile, Arad replied, waving his hand. Of course, if I did missions for other people, I better do one for myself, right? What can you even do if you found him? She growled. In Alina, he might have been alone and away from his domain, but if he really lived around the capital, you would die. I won't, Arad replied, patting her shoulder. There are only two of us, Eris grunted. He might have hundreds, if not thousands, of spawns. The more, the better. Arad smiled and looked at the maid. We are Arad and Eris. Care to leave us alone for a moment? As the maid nodded with a confused face, Eris pulled Arad by the hand and walked away. We will go instead. We talk somewhere else. Arad was searching for Chuzuke. The dragon is on the hunt. Chapter 405. The Guild Master of the Capital. Chapter 405. The Guild Master of the Capital. As Arad walked with Eris toward the Adventurers Guild, he found its doors wide open with countless adventurers going in and out. Some were injured, and some jumped with the money they got from their quests. The moment he looked inside, he could see adventurers lined up to reach the guild's desk, and some were even sitting beside the walls, awaiting their turn. Arad sighed, missing the calm of Alina's guild. Let's find someone to give Nina's letter to first. He looked at Eris. Eris nodded from beneath her black veil. It's for the best. We might end up waiting for hours. Thud. Arad stepped inside the guild with Eris, and silence fell. All the adventurers turned around, staring at them. It was rare for someone as tall and massive as him to be seen around even among adventurers. Not many people had purple eyes, so he stood out even more. Arad looked at Mira. Your clothes are weird. They attract attention. You're too big and attract attention. She looked back at him with a grin as they walked inside the guild, ignoring everyone. Should we cut in? Eris asked. But Arad shook his head. There are too many people, and the guild staff are busy at this time. Arad approached the desks and asked for a spot in the line. They registered his name and asked him to wait until they called him. He turned and started heading toward the quest board to give it a quick look. The large, decorated wooden board was divided into 3 sections. Kill quests, guard quests, miss quests. Kill quests revolved around killing monsters or hunting rare animals. The difficulty rank was decided by the monster's rank and number, as well as their rarity. They ranged from hunting rabbits to behers and giants. The highest quest is A rank. A bandit band tamed several giants and goblins are terrorizing the western fields. Guess no S ranks. Those would be emergencies after all, Eris sighed. We should be thankful there are none, Arad sighed. His time wouldn't have time to stay with the girls if an S-rank disaster started. Guard quests were the simple ones. Guarding something from point A to B, whether it's a caravan or a kid going to the forest. Arad looked at the quests, reading them one by one until he stopped at a certain one. I feel like someone is chasing me at night when I head to the garderobe. I need a guard and will pay 50 copper coins a night. Arad couldn't help but stare puzzled at the strange paper. What? Aris stared at it and laughed. Probably a prank set by a kid. What the hell is this quest? Miss quests usually are random or incomplete. Exploration and repair quests get posted here. Everything from cleaning the sewers to searching for missing people. Arad, look at this one. Eris pointed at the wall and showed Arad a colorful poster, Armored Gorgon Testicular Removal. Our Gorgon bull has been acting up lately and attacking the cows. We want a strong adventurer to help with removing its testicles to calm its urges down. Testicules must be harvested intact and the bull unharmed, otherwise 85 gold coins. As Arad read the poster, he scratched his head. I believe I saw a quest like this before in Alina. Gorgon's meat is a delicacy. Farmers would pay mountains of gold to catch a bull and raise it for meat. Some try to breed them with cows, but they achieve minor success as the meat is barely similar to the original. Eris explained with a smile. The two of them spent several minutes staring at the quests, reading them as the lines progressed. Adventurer, Arad. A voice called from the desks. It was Arad and Eris's turn. Arad and Eris approached the desk. I'm Arad. Is it our turn? The man behind the desk smiled, waving his hand. Of course, Sir Arad. What can the guild help you with today? Hopefully you aren't encountering a dire situation. The man stared back at the stack of paper behind him. We are quite busy at this time of the year. Arad waved his hand. Not at all. I can handle most problems I face myself. He reached into his pocket and pulled Nina's letter. What is this? The man asked, looking at the sloppy cover. A letter from Alina's guild, Arad said with a passive face. Nina sent it. The man's face paled. What? He gasped, staring back, and then at the letter. His face started sweating as his hands shook. The man slowly opened the letter and gave it a read. The handwriting was bad, as if someone wrote it with his feet. Scribbles at best and scratches at first sight. Clenching his eyes and straining his mind, he managed to piece sense from the letter. Nina can write well when she's doing paperwork, but when it comes to writing a letter thinking about the words, the tone, and how to write it, she quickly falls down. The man sighed in relief. Thank goodness, she's only asking for supplies. He smiled, reading the last part of the page. The man delivering the letter is as strong as a monster. I would say he would soon surpass me as an S rank. Reading the last line, the man started shaking as he stared at Arad. Arad tilted his head. Open the letter. There is still some on the back. The shaking man turned the paper, seeing a clear handwriting. This didn't belong to Nina, but even so he could recognize it. Arad is quite an astounding adventurer. He will replace me as the dragon slayer and mediator. Make sure not to anger him, okay? His eyes paled as he read that. He might be a failure as a wizard, but his sorcerous powers are like a raging volcano. Don't blame me if he burned the whole building there. Those words came from none other than Merlin. The letter was also signed and stamped by Alina's lord, which made it even more terrifying. This adventurer Arad can't be a normal person. The man stood with a smile on his face, a drop of sweat trailing on his forehead. Sir Arad, please follow me to the Guildmaster's office. The second-in-command headmaster would fill you in on the details of the shipment. Arad stood, and so did Eris. They followed the man upstairs to the Guildmaster's office. The room looked simple, but Doma made sure Arad knew of every enchantment hidden within the mundane walls. Arad looked around with his void eyes as Doma explained in his head. Tracking magic, fire resistance, lightning resistance, temporal distortion, making time a tenth slower inside, anti-magic field with a limited function, teleport veil that sends anyone outside in case of an attack, tens summoning circles hidden beneath the ground that could summon monsters, and more. This place, it reeks, Arad growled. Even though the room looked empty, he could feel like 1,000 blades were pointed at his neck. He and Eris sat on the old couch, waiting for the second-in-command to arrive. A few minutes later, a black-haired woman walked in with a smile on her face and wearing a baggy wizard robe. She gave Arad a quick glance and smiled, licking her lips. What a rare breed, you don't see your kind often. She walked toward her desk and sat one leg on the other. My name is Five, and I take the role of a second-in-command headmaster. Pleased to meet you. Her eyes gazed between Arad and Eris. Arad looked at the woman, his eyes feeling foggy. Five? What's your name? Yes, my name is Five, the woman replied. I have sisters as well, 1 to 10. She switched her legs and leaned forward, resting her head on her hands. You're Arad Orion, am I right? Arad, that woman isn't real. It's an astral projection. All the magic in the room is muffling the traces, and even after that, the signal is coming from hundreds of sources. It's impossible to track the real body. Hey, hey, Five giggled. Your witch is quite fickle. I like that. Her eyes glow with a faint blue light. From how many curses I sense. It's Doma, the witch of curses. Arad froze in place, and his sword instantly came out of his stomach, ready to fight. Eris looked around and then touched Arad's shoulder. Calm down, the real body isn't here, so fighting is useless. Let's hear what she has to say. My name is Alice Dagon. I'm 666 years old. I live on the island of grief, locked beyond the eternal tempest of the magic goddess. I'm not married and have no intention to. I work as a mage for myself, crafting anything that exerts magic. I always sleep naked at dusk and wake up at the first strand of dawn. I don't drink, but I love taking baths in alcohol to kill the tiny monsters. I only sleep while hugging a pillow and wake up on the ground. After admiring the status of the goddess of magic and cleaning it, I do 20 minutes of stretches with my massive leather ball before going to bed. I never dream when asleep and always wake up like a baby without fatigue or stress. I was told many times that I was insane, but I will never eat tomatoes again. Arad was taken aback when she started talking with a monotone voice, crackling with magic inside out. I assume you're the Guildmaster, the one behind this projection. No, the Guildmaster is one I only watch and play. Her eyes flashed, stopping as she stared at Arad. The supplies would be sent as soon as possible. In the meantime, you can have this. She opened her palm and a crystal ball emerged. Arad caught the crystal ball as it slowly floated toward him. An appraisal orb, Arad recognized the crystal and smiled. Can I ask, what are you? He looked at the woman. If my body is the one you ask about, I shall let you know I'm a Titan. And if it's my soul you wonder about, then it's a devil. And if you fancy magic, then I'm but a speck of dust that once was blessed to be stepped on by the goddess of magic. A mere nothing in her presence, and Vor, Nil, Narad got even more confused. Fine, you're devil Titan with a speck of dust or whatever. Don't tell me you don't want. She stared at Arad, a void dragon with a human father, a half-dragon with a draconic father, and an elf mother. A strange mix, to say the least, but not the strangest I saw. Vampires, even. But worry not, I do not care. One bit, Arad looked at the crystal. Ding. I do not want to bloat the chapter with 1,000 plus words, so look at the auxiliary chapter, Arad Orion Draconic Status, heavy spoiler for chapters before 400. It's free, Arad blinked. It doesn't show my curses. Of course it won't, she said with a smile, shifting her legs again. You better hide those until later. Chapter 4-6, Arad vs 5, I. How fast can I go? Chapter 4-6, Arad vs 5, I. How fast can I go? Arad stood, and so did Eris by his side. If this is all, I will take my leave then, he said with a smile. 5. Alice's projection stared at him with an emotionless face before breaking into a clearly faked smile. This one might not be tuned well, but it still holds some of my power. She lifted her hand, staring at her fingers. So? Arad stared at her. I have something you can help me with in exchange. I will give you a specially made magic item. Titan's spatial bag. She pulled on her hair, looking at it with a grin. If it only stores things, then I don't need it, Arad replied. I already have my own. Titan's spatial bag is made from our hair and strung with magic. A true piece of artwork, a load of money. She extended her hand toward Arad, opening her palm. Cursed metal, I will make one that can hold that safely. For capacity, she paused, looking at her hands. A witch on top of being a wizard. Eris glared at her. Even this projection has her nails enchanted. The projection smiled. That's right, I haven't made a bag in quite a few decades. I want to gauge my magic output and see what can I make. She showed Arad her fingernails. Witches cast magic using their nails, hair, and blood. Each medium can affect the result, but nails are popular among witches as durable and replenishable. Arad stared at Five's fingers with a puzzled face. Last I heard, hair and blood refresh with time as well. But who I'm to ask? I'm not a witch, sadly. You're right, it is about magic durability. Hair gets burned with a simple spell while nails don't. Five took off her shoes and stared at her toes. My collective magic output is a bit higher than it was a decade ago. I can make a bag that holds 3 tons, give or take half a ton. Arad smiled. What the mission is about. Five smiled. I knew this would interest you. She flicked her fingers and a large map popped out of nowhere. Some bandits have tamed giants and goblins and are attacking people left and right. I want you to kill every last one of them and burn their whole encampment. She pointed at the bandits' location on the map. One question. Eris stared at her with a sharp, why don't you kill them? Only 1/10 of my power is distributed on my projections, and there are 10 of them. Five opened her arms. I, Five, merely hold 1% of my true body power. There is only so much I can achieve on my own. Like what? Arad stared at her. The only magic I can use to kill them all in one swoop is meteor fall. But if I did that, it would cause a lot of noise and attract attention, and I won't have enough magic to hide it. She shook her head. I can either cast a large enough barrier or blast them, not both at the same time. That's when I come into play. Arad sighed. You lock everything in a barrier while I kill everyone inside and clean the mess. Eris smiled. After that, it will look as if those bandits have disappeared without a trace. Now that everything is laid on the table, want to help. Five looked at Arad, faking an anticipating stare. She wasn't that good at mimicking human emotions, making it creepy for the observant. A projection, she's more like a doll mimicking the original's actions, speech, and will. The true Alice Dagon must be asleep in her lair as her mind controls those puppets. I will do it. Such a bag would be invaluable. He smiled, but Five waved her hand, stopping him. Not now. The mission must be done at night. Otherwise, your partner won't get a chance to fight. Arad smiled. Is that all? Of course, with how many bandits are there? It's a waste for them to be killed without a reason. She smiled. They can serve as food for you and her. She also can't fight during the day. Iris smiled. 2 vampires going out to hunt at night. That would be fun. Well then, Five smiled, clapping her hands. The scene around them changed, and they emerged in the middle of a wide dirt arena. Arad could see adventurers lined around the area, shouting and cheering. He glared at Five. Where is Eris? Left her at my office. She can't walk in the sun, remember? She smiled. Don't worry, they can't hear us speak. What are you up to? As Arad growled. Veins bulged on his head. I will snap your neck. Don't get angry. I only want to see how much can you handle. She put her hands together. It's kind of a tradition here to test every new adventure, to know exactly how much they can take. It helps us give appropriate quests. Ranks are enough, Arad growled. No, they aren't, Five smiled. Sometimes, an adventure with a power far above his rank can appear. This helps us find those people instead of letting them be treated like weak F-ranks. Inville, Foreclang. Arad pulled a regular sword from his stomach. He won't use his true weapons. Those are better kept for opponents that won't live to tell the tale. Come at me, kid, Five smiled, lifted her hands and put them together, closing her eyes as a wave of magic covered her body. Her eyes opened and Arad started to move. His body bent sideways, leaving after images as he moved faster than the eyes of the adventurers could track. The compressed draconic muscles beneath his skin acted like steel springs under high tension, snapping into a violent charge. Crack! Arad stopped with his right foot forward, his arm swinging down the blade at a blinding speed, racing toward Five's head. Five smiled, parting her hands, and a long quarterstaff appeared. With a fluid motion, she shifted the base and hit Arad's right ankle, breaking his stance. Arad's body started tilting. Now, without a balance, the force of his swing was driving his body astray, away from Five's head. But his mind didn't care, sending a wave of magic across his nerves, forcing a smell to emerge from within his legs. Gravity magic Arad's body froze rigid midair for a split second. Using the magic as a leverage point, he kept swinging, seeing Arad's blade heading toward her head once again. Five smiled, her body flashing blue as she teleported away. Ding clap, the adventurers cried as a loud boom assaulted their ears. Arad, who was standing facing Five, was now drifting toward the guardrails, his feet digging trenches as his eyes stayed focused on her. Only a few managed to steal a glimpse of what happened. You're fast? Five said with a smile. You almost hit me. This is the 9th time someone managed that. Arad stood glaring at her with purple glowing eyes. Almost. He looked down at his shoes. Those were a new pair of leather boots, but they had torn apart. Of course they did. He didn't intend to fight today, and they weren't made for it. With a sight they were new and a sad face, Arad took off his shoes and shirt, throwing them in his stomach with the sword. The adventurers watching stared in shock, seeing Arad's muscular back that almost didn't look human. I have to get serious, don't I? He started cracking his neck and back, even if you're merely 1%. Thud, thud. He started hopping in place with a smile on his face. His arms quickly lifted into a stance as sparks of flames came out of his fists and feet. Serious? You should have done it from the start, she smiled, pointing the quarterstaff toward him. Bam! Suddenly, Arad kicked the ground and a jet of flames burst beneath his foot, propelling his whole body forward and blasting all the adventurers behind the guard rail away. Five smiled, Arad's flaming fist racing toward her at an unhuman speed, raging with his draconic might. It looked more like a falling meteor than a punch. She smiled, shifting her head to the side. Ice arrows, crack. A wave of blue magic rushed from the tip of the staff, forming a net between her and Arad. When his fist hit the net, it slowed down dramatically like a ball hitting a piece of cloth. Arad wasn't done. Fire exploded beneath his left foot as it lifted up, shattering the ground beneath him as he smiled. Five's eyes flashed to the side, seeing her fiery kick lifting up toward her side. Arad was too tall, and his kick would wrap around her net. She had to respond. Disabling the net, Five tilted her staff and blocked Arad's kick with the lower pommel. Arad smiled as she fell for his plan. Clenched with his toes, he grabbed the staff. Five's eyes opened wide as she felt a tremendous weight pulling on the quarterstaff. Arad wasn't a human. He didn't have arms and legs, fingers and toes. All he had was 4 limbs with claws, draconic claws that never let go of his prey. Clack. As the quarterstaff got snatched from Five's hands, she swung her hands and clapped them together. Teleport escaping away from Arad clap. To the watches, they got blasted 1 second, and in the next, The arena center charred was black with Arad standing there, Five's staff beneath his foot. He, Five giggled in the back, looking at Arad with a smile. You're already pushing against our ranks, and you're faster than most of them. Using fire to accelerate is a trick that a senior adventurer taught me to use, Arad said, tilting his head as the purple flame burned in his eyes. But it seems I'm still too slow to catch you. He took a stance. Let's see how fast I can go. Crackle lightning sparked from his back to his arms and legs. Chapter 407, Arad vs 5II, Rumble of Lighting. Chapter 407, Arad vs 5-2, Rumble of Lighting. 5 flicked her fingers, summoning another staff, pointing at and smiling. I'm not even using a wand. Do you think you can match my speed? Crackle from the tip of her staff. A massive lightning bolt flashed toward Arad. As if time slowed down, Arad's body started shifting to the side. His lightning crackled from his right shoulder and reached toward the fences. His body gets pulled by the powerful magnetic field generated by the violent current. With a spark and a flash of flames, Arad dodged Five's lightning bolt in the blink of an eye, flying around the arena with tremendous speed, using both lightning and fire to accelerate. Most people's minds won't be able to track them at such speed, let alone survive the acceleration. Five smiled, spinning her staff. But it's easy to stop. She released another wave of lightning, interfering with Arad's crackle. Arad could hear the lightning falling on his back. She has more control over magic than him. He can't win a tug-of-war against her. Wash Arad flew at Five, swinging a kick at her face. She smiled, flicking her finger and blasting him away with a shockwave. Your lightning exposes your location. I don't even need to see you to defend, she replied, pointing at Arad as he fell to the ground. Crack! Arad lifted his foot up, kicking the ground and blasting his body up. In the middle of the air, he extended his right hand behind him, opening his palm. Crackle! With a spark of lightning, his eyes flashed. Come to me. The magnetic field generated by the lightning expanded, targeting a single object in the castle. Back in the castle, the royal blacksmith was working in his workshop, hammering his steel when he heard a rumbling behind him. He turned, seeing Arad's adamantine sword shaking. What? Bam! The sword flew out, blasting a hole in the roof as it soared into the sky, seeking its master. Swash! The adamantine sword flew across the blue sky, reaching Arad's hand with a loud thud. He smiled, Abel's style, with those words. The dragon slayer sword he got from the fighter who tried to kidnap Mira emerged from his stomach. In Arad's mind, countless images of Abel swinging his swords flashed. His body rapidly got ready to move in the same way. Rumble of lightning. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Five let go of her staff and pulled a wand, and Arad's eyes glared forward. Abel used only 2 lines. Arad could see the magic he was trying to conjure with his void eyes. 2 invisible lines of lightning create a structure similar to a rail, guiding his swords toward Five. The lightning magic will follow those rails, creating a tremendous pull force that accelerates him forward. No, I can do better. Focusing even harder, Arad conjured another set of rails, making them 4. Not enough. Faster, stronger. With one last set, he reached a total of 6. 6 rails. With those words, Arad's body blasted forward, accelerated even further with jets of flame gushing from his feet. Noel, as Arad landed, a drop of Five's blood landed on his cheek as he had managed to hit her shoulder, but he wasn't willing to slow down a bit. Rumble of lightning, 6 rails. His eyes flashed with pink and purple flame, sharp turns to slow me down quite a bit. I need to kill that. Doma handle gravity magic. Tattoos covered Arad's body as his nails turned black. He licked the blood on his cheek with a smile. Badump. Five felt her heart tremble for a second. Something gripped it. Arad's magic was releasing inside her stomach, making her the primary target for a cursed spell, Curse of Attraction. With gravity magic? If she didn't dispel this curse now, her body would become a gravity center and Arad would start orbiting her, taking dives for attacks without losing any momentum. Five smiled. It's been a while since someone pushed me this far. Her staff started orbiting her and charging magic. Come closer if you want. Falling star. Arad flashed forward, flying around 5 like a shooting star as he kept an eye on her. Bam. For a split second, he would orbit close enough to strike and then fly back to his orbit, getting faster each time he did it. After just 2 seconds of deflecting those attacks, 5 smacked her want to the ground. Time stop, sending a wave of ancient magic, freezing everything around her. With a smile on her face, she could see Arad frozen midair. You won't be able to move in the stop time. This is your limit. She stood, pointing her wand at him. Sadly, you won't even know what happened to you. As much as I hate it, it's always satisfying to beat a dragon. Crack. As she prepared to blast him with a spell, she noticed something off. Arad's foot twitched, the light in his eyes returning. Crack. His pupils shifted to glare at her menacingly. Time slow, 90%. Crack. Arad's body flashed forward in the blink of an eye, his foot smacking into 5's face, cracking her nose and neck as her body flew back, tearing the guardrails of the arena and smacking into the wall, bleeding. 5 had slowed time by 100%. That is a time stop. It means Arad's speed and awareness decreased by 100%. But what if he used a 90% time slowly? That means he would be able to move normally at 90% slowed time. 5's time stop only slowed Arad by 10%, and on the other hand, exhausted a lot of her magic and stamina. Boom! The arena exploded with a blast, and the adventurers crawled away as if escaping a natural disaster. On their way, they saw 5 stuck to the wall, her face gushing with blood as Arad's footprint remained clear on her face. A wizard stopped, staring at her with a pale face. Wait, I sensed that she activated a time stop. He stared back at Arad, shaking. Don't tell me? He kicked her in the stopped time? Thud! Thud! Arad walked forward, opening his arms and smiling with his head tilted. Stand up, he growled, his eyes radiating magic. Bludge! Blood gushed from 5's mouth as she started laughing. It's really been a while. This is amazing, exhilarating, and utterly ridiculous. You're truly a monster. Thud. She stood, her face healing. Show me all that you got, one of the select few, she shouted. Chapter 408, Gemini. Chapter 408, Gemini. Hearing her shout, Arad smiled and sheathed the swords at his waist. Fine by me. I will see how long you will survive. A wide smile crossed 5's face, and she glared at Arad with a crazed face. You're going to use your class? Show me what can you do, druid? Arad smiled, closing his fists and leaving his middle and index finger extended, one arm pointing down at his feet and the other at his shoulder. I call upon the countless stars of the night sky, he said, magic slowly radiating from his body. What? How could a circle of the star druid fight like that? One of the adventurers in the back gasped. Idiot, he must have several classes. Now one with that strength is lower than level 60. Zodiac, Gemini. Arad's words boomed like thunder, the stars appearing behind his back with a magnificent glow. He stood and started walking, slowly as his body left, and after image trailing right behind him. Arad's after image looked exactly like him, only having pink eyes instead of purple. The double's body was covered in tattoos and had black nails while he didn't. 5 pulled a crystal ball from her pocket and stared at Arad, sweat dripping across her face. Druids usually only have access to one constellation, but void dragons have access to all by birthright. On top of that, Gemini is the weakest of the constellation and only allows you to create a second copy of yourself for 1 minute a day. She pointed all her magic toward Arad. It's considered weak since the caster would have to half his consciousness between the two, dropping all of his metal stats by half and robbing him from any spell casting. It's only usable to make a dumb body double, she thought, feeling her hands shake. Arad's close stared at 5, a sinister smile on its face. You, Doma giggled, you aren't safe outside your office. That isn't the same for someone with 2 minds in his body. Gemini would allow him to temporarily split off from that witch and let each of them act independently. Five thought Doma lifted her hand, and Arad walked to her, doing the same as they touched arms. Sadly, I can't draw this place in blood. It's bad for him. Doma looked at Arad's face with a smile. She can't use curses, as that would make it harder for him. Arad smiled, handing Doma his dragon slayer sword. Don't kill her. I don't need to say that. Of course, I will only make her cry. Doma smiled, putting her hands together. I will support you from here with magic. You take the lead. Bam. Arad lunged forward, holding the adamantine sword with both hands. In the blink of an eye, his body blasted forward faster than anyone could notice. Five pointed her wand at him, wither magic crackled at the tip of her wand. The spell was about to launch when suddenly it started to fade with a pink spark. Counterspell, don't forget about me. Doma smiled in the back, lifting one finger up and pointing forward with her sword. Damaged twin for a second, Five was puzzled as she didn't know such a spell. Even though she has a library full of scrolls, that spell shouldn't exist. Doma swung the sword down, cutting her own hand. What are you doing? Five said before feeling a sharp pain in her wrist. Her hand fell to the ground with her wand. She felt a cold shiver run down her spine as Doma giggled. Voodoo curse, she thought. The bitch masked it as a spell. The wizard around us won't know better with how limited they are to spells. Clack. Doma's arm healed while Five's kept bleeding. Let's see how far can you heal. Little girl. She lifted the sword and stabbed herself in the chest, causing Five to puke blood. Bam! Arad emerged beside Five, swinging his sword at her neck. Teleport. Five teleported to dodge the attack. The wound on her chest prevented her from moving too much. Void step. Arad didn't let her go, teleporting right after her with a fiery sword of flame and lightning pluck. Doma pulled the sword from her stomach, healing instantly as she swung it up. With an evil smile, she trusted the sword into her skull. Crack! Bam! Five's vision turned back as she was about to dodge a kick from Arad. She was only a projection of Alice Dagon, so an injury to the head merely immobilized her for a second. Crack! When Five regained her vision, her face was already beneath Arad's foot, her head getting pressed to the ground with the weight of a mountain. It's my win, Arad stated, glaring down at her with glowing eyes. I only used about half of my skills and powers, and I'm only 1% of my full power. Don't get cocky. Five giggled. But I have to admit, you were far stronger than I expected. Arad removed his foot, and she barely stood, especially when you broke my time stop. Doma walked toward Arad, her body disintegrating as the constellation faded like stars at dawn. I do have 19 constellations on top of several wild shapes and spells. I might have been using less power, he stared at her. Either way, beating me is only the start for you. She tapped her robe, wiping the dust away as her body healed. Welcome to the guild, Arad Orion. I was already a member of the guild, Arad replied. Ah, sorry, I forgot to tell you, she smiled. Beating me is the S-rank entrance exam. Albeit, I can't rank you up without you finishing the required number of quests and monsters slayed. You now have the reputation and respect of an S-rank. She looked at the other adventurers. Hack, 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 they shouted, cheering as they welcomed a new madman to hell. S-rank aren't known for power or valor. They are known for being insane. Fighting them always feels unfair, and Arad makes people feel like the odds are stacked against them. Wait, you should have told me. Arad cried. Why? Five smiled. I didn't expect you to win. You really caught me off guard when you kicked me in the stop time. She giggled. Even her real body got a scare out of that. She stared at Arad for a second. So, how long do you want to remain shirtless? Arad looked at himself. For a while, I don't mind staying naked most of the time. He's a dragon and barely cares about clothes or how he looks. But I guess I can't stay like this, he sighed, pulling a shirt out of his stomach and a fresh pair of boots. Arad! Eris shouted from inside the guild, and Five looked back. Oh my! She broke out quickly. Eris took her baggy clothes, throwing them over her body as she kicked the door of the room she was locked in open. She walked outside, panting, as she left a charred corpse in there. The corpse held the number 6. Eris looked out of one of the guild's balconies. "You bitch, finally found you," she growled. "Come to the shadows, coward," she growled, her red eyes' glow appearing even beneath her veil. "Narrowly, narrowly, narrowly, marrowly." 5 flicked her finger, teleporting herself, Arid, and Eris back to her office. As they landed, Arid and Eris saw 5 standing beside the charred corpse. "Wow," 5 sighed. "Fixing this would take a lot of time and effort." She looked back at Eris. "You could have held back a little." Clap, a fiery spear rushed toward 5's face. Clang, Arid caught Eris's spear with his palm, looking at her face. "Calm down. That was a test." Eris took a deep breath, thinking for a while before turning off her magic. Arid stared at the charred corpse. "You really roasted her." 5 stared at Arad. "I can see the fight through our shared memories." She smiled. "Your girl is rabid." She fought like a wild beast, blasting everything she came into contact with while abusing her vampiric regeneration to ignore any damaged 6 delts to her. Arad stared at 5. "Does this mean that both of us are eligible for S rank?" "In terms of power, yes, but for experience, that is still to be seen." She smiled, pulling her quest paper. "Get rid of the bandit camp at night. I will create a strong barrier for you to work with ease." Arad smiled. "Well then, get the bag ready." The sun started to fade behind the mountains, casting an eminent shadow over the hills. That night was silent. Only leaves could be heard dancing upon the trees. Thud, thud. Arad walked out of the woods, Eris by his side. He took a deep breath and smiled. What a nice night. Eris giggled, her eyes glowing red as she gazed at the bandits' camp in the distance. "I can't wait to sink my fangs into something soft and bloody." Chapter 409, Bloody Romance, Vampiric Assault. Thud, thud, thud. Arad walked out of the forest, Eris trailing after him. Both of them smiled as he looked at the sky. "The beautiful moon," he giggled. "I can smell them from here." With a silent grin, Eris stared forward and saw the bandits' camp in the distance. "Fresh blood. It's been a while since I hunted like this. Don't make a mess, or do if you want." He pointed toward the camp with his thumb. "I would have to clean afterward." "Don't worry, I will do my best." Eris cracked her knuckles, licking her lips as her eyes glowed red. "I will burn the mess afterward." "Brother, won't you go inside?" a man asked, holding a spear as he stood guard outside a long wooden wall. "Nah, some freaks are playing with goblins and giants. I want no part in that." The other guard beside him sighed. "The hell is going on with them?" The other man gasped, cringing. "Yeah, better stay here." He looked toward the ground, a sad expression on his face. "Even though we got a good harvest today. A whole village. We got decent gold and goods, even some girls to play with." The other man laughed. "It won't be long before we grow strong enough that the kingdom won't hold us back." "I'm not too sure about that." "Why let us grow like this? They are bound to send someone to take us down." "Huh. Let them try. The giants would crush them to the ground." He waved his spear down, mimicking a giant swinging a club. "You're right," the other one smiled. "And since they are monsters, the powerful paladin army won't be more effective than a regular army that is a bit strong." Thud, thud. As they talked, they saw 2 figures approaching the camp through the wood, the moon shining behind them. "Who are you?" One of the bandit guards walked forth, pointing his spear forward with a growl. "Don't think you would leave this place alive? Stop right there," the other one added. Arad and Eris stopped, staring at the guards from a distance. Bidnov, calm. "Good. That's like it." One of the guards slowly backed up and rang the warning bell, calling reinforcement. As Arad and Eris waited, about 20 armed bandits rushed to the gate, pointing the bows at them. "What do you want?" the bandits growled, and Arad giggled. "Dinner? We came for food," his eyes glowing red, radiating bloodlust. "Food? Sure, you can be food for the giants." One of the bandits laughed. "Shoot the big guy. We'll have fun with the girl later, so don't harm her." Arad walked forward as the bandits fired all of their arrows. Pew, 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 pew. Pinned of arrows pierced Arad's body as he walked forward, never stopping. Seeing their attacks having the same effects as needles on a cushion, 5 of the bandits pulled their wands and started flinging spells at Arad, chipping on his body. The bandits finally halted their attack as they saw Arad's body stop moving, riddled with arrows and charred from the spells. He died standing. He wasn't big for nothing, one of them said. Hee, a giggle escaped Arad's bloody throat. Where are the giants and goblins? Those might prove better than you. His eyes started to glow as he stared at them like a living corpse. The arrows stuck in his body slowly sank deeper, disappearing into the depth of his torso. Now that Arad has become a young dragon, his organs are fully encased inside his void. There are none in his torso, only the infinite nothingness. To strike his heart, you must force him to bring it back to his body. The bandits started shaking as they saw Arad crack his neck, blood squirting from his jugular vein. Clack. His wounds healed with a thud as he smiled. Eris, what do you think? Not much. There aren't many people that could pose a threat to you, she smiled. Arad then stared back at the bandits. You wanted to play with her. Why don't you give it a try? But be careful, she bites. Eris smiled, her fangs reflecting the moonlight. You bastard! One of the bandits growled, trying to pull his sword when something flashed beside him. Guh! He could hear a pained cry behind him. The bandit slowly turned back, seeing one of his friends withering as Eris bit his neck. Eris, don't kill him, Arad shouted from the back. Bring him back to me. There is something I want to try. Eris took her fangs off the man and lunged in the air, hurling him with her like he was nothing. Bam! She landed beside Arad and smiled, throwing the shaking man at his feet. Here he is. With a smile, Arad lifted the man by the hair and bit his neck for a second before dropping him to the ground. Now, let's see how this works. The man's body twitched and spazzed, black veins emerging on his body for a second, before a tortured cry for help escaped his throat. Spare me! As the man's screams sent terror among the other bandits, he fell silent and motionless. Bam! His arms flailed and hit the ground. His legs twisted as he stood like a newborn animal. The man's eyes glow red, and his fangs have grown longer. The starved glare on his face said it all. Nice. It worked, Arad smiled, and Eris stared at him. What else did you expect? Ginger taught you, right? The newly created Spaw turned toward Arad, bowing down. My cruel master, I have been born anew. What order you might have for me? Arad stared at the other bandits with a smile. Those are your friends. Might you be willing to guide them to the right way? The Spawn stared at the other bandits. Brothers and sisters, tonight is a good night, he smiled. A master of blood has blessed us with his presence. Shall you not join me? Confused and terrified, the bandits lifted their bows and called the giants. One last thing, Arad stared at the newly born Spawn. Pointing at Eris right now, you're worth less than the dirt beneath her boots to me. He smiled. Prove yourself first. The Spawn bowed. Yes, my master. He smiled, lunging at the other bandits, Chapter 410, Bloody Romance I Bloodkin. The Spawn lunged forward and dodged the arrows fired by his friends with ease. A vampire lord, call everyone. They screamed in fear as Arad and Aela stood in the back, smiling. Clang. The Spawn pulled his sword and swung it as fast as he could, sliding one of the bandits' throats. Die for my master. He pulled his hand back, about to swing again. Thud. His hand stopped, held by Eris. What do you think you're doing? She glared at him. Killing master's enemies, he replied with a terrified face. See? Arad waved his hand in the back. Told you he's worth less than the dirt beneath your boots. Those aren't his enemies. They are his food and your future siblings. Don't waste their blood. She swung her palm, gouging the Spawn's left eye and kicking him in the chest. Get to work. The Spawn cried, crawling toward the terrified bandits. Sorry food, sorry brothers. He extended his hand, tearing blood. Thud. Thud. The bandits' leader rushed out, followed by 5 giants and hordes of goblins. What the hell did you spit? He glared forward, seeing one of his men, turned spawn hunting the rest with blood tears on his face. Damn it! The bandit leader glared around. Looking for the vampire lord, it didn't take him long to lay eyes on Arad and Eris standing menacingly in the back. Which one is the vampire lord? He growled. Damn it, it's still midnight. He ran toward them. But die. Arad stared forward. You're the leader of this place. His face turned passive. He didn't know if it was his instincts or something else, but he had different feelings toward leaders' respect or spite. He didn't know which one it was, but his claws ached to rob the leadership to himself. A dragon rules. There can't be 2 rulers in the same place unless the respect is mutual between them, Mom said, and Arad understood what he felt. This is the bandits' leader, and out of respect from one ruler to another, he won't hold back and crush him with all of his power. Arad's eyes flashed purple as he smiled, spinning in place as the bandit leader lunged at him, sword in hand. Using the momentum of his spin, Arad lifted his foot up and dropped it down, pushing forth with the combined might of all his draconic muscles and bones. Click! His eyes saw the leader, focusing only on him. His heart ramped up in the blink of an eye, rumbling like an engine as it pumped boiling blood through his veins. All the tension on his body faded for a split second, his muscles ready to tense up. The decision was made, and his whole brain from head to the tip of his tail sent the signal at once, ensuring that all his muscles acted with extreme accuracy. The moment Arad's fist started accelerating, a shockwave exploded from around his knuckles. The bandit's leader's life flashed in front of his eyes, seeing his sword evaporate in slow motion as Arad's fist drew closer. Mom was the only thing coursing across his head. No pain, no sound, only regrets. The leader could see his own body evaporating into a red mist from behind his back. He was dead, his soul drifting away before he could fully comprehend it. Wash! Clap! Arad's fist only hit the air as the leader's body disintegrated from the shock wave alone. The blast rushed forward, ripping the ground apart as it toppled a few trees. A human swinging his fist close to the ground and kicking up dust and leaves. The other bandits froze as their leader was erased from existence with a single hit. They didn't stand a chance. Tiny human. One of the giants in the back growled, glaring at Arad with glowing green eyes. Weak creature, die. He lunged forward, swinging his club down. Eris lifted her hand, conjuring her plasma spear. Swash. As the club passed across the spear, it turned into white ash, drifting with the wind. The giant stared at his club, surprised, strong but dumb. She then looked at Arad. I don't fancy monsters' blood. What do you suggest? They are too big to keep. Kill them, Arad replied, and she smiled. I was hoping you say that. Eris's spear crackled with lighting and fire, flashing with a purple haze as she lifted it up. In a strange move, she threw it forward. The plasma spear pierced the giant, incinerating his organs and flying toward the others in the back. The giants leapt out of the way, dodging the spear. Avoid glowing things. Eris smiled, lifting 2 fingers up and pointing back toward herself. The spear flew away and then turned, flying back like a boomerang. As the giants noticed and were about to block it, Eris lunged forward with a smile on her face. Clap! She grabbed one of the giants by the head, kicking his skull with her knee. Boom! The giant's head burst into flames as its screams boomed. The other giants swing their clubs trying to kill her, but instead pulverize their brother. Master. The spawn returned to Arad, dragging 2 bandits at the grasp of death. I drained them for you. He bowed as he threw them to Arad's legs. The 2 bandits' bodies twitched as Arad lifted them up, biting their necks. As the 2 transformed into spawns, the first of the spawn looked at Arad with glowing eyes. Was I useful to Master? He asked. You're better than dirt, at least, Arad replied. Those 2 are under your command. Take them and hunt me the rest. The spawn bowed as he stared at the new 2. "Brothers, follow me," he shouted, "for Master's glory." The spawns rushed into the camp, massacring everyone inside and collecting their blood. Only after 10 minutes, Arid had over 40 spawns running around, causing havoc. Eris approached Arid, wiping her hands. "I finished the big ones," she smiled. "The goblins seek to serve you," she pointed. The goblins hid behind the bushes, bowing down motionless. "That saves us the hassle," he smiled, walking into the camp with ease as the screams filled the sky. "By the way, I never asked you, but what is your preferred blood type?" Eris asked. "I like sweet blood, some people have it." Arid thought about it for a second. "I like blood with the purest magic and the one with the softest flesh. I say virgin women between 20 and 30 years old. Red Dragon also like that. Your kind could probably make a whole cuisine off that." She giggled. Arid looked at her. "You would make a fine meal, but you're a bit too spicy." Eris stared at him with a grin. Was that supposed to be an invitation? She approached him. "Not now, we're at work," brushing her hand on his chest. "But I don't mind taking a bite. A single sip out of your neck. Chapter 411, Bloody Romance, IEI, The True Monster. Chapter 411, Bloody Romance 3, The True Monster." As Arid looked at Eris, he could feel something shaking beneath the ground. He stopped. 5 won't have sent us here if it wasn't something bad. Eris glared down from the shaking. "This isn't an ordinary gang. No, it's an ordinary band of bandits that were lucky or unlucky enough to get their hands on giants and goblins." Arad walked forward, leaving Eris standing. "I will kick that woman once we get back, setting me up like this." "What do you mean?" Eris looked around, trying to sense the magic dwelling beneath the ground. Her eyes opened wide as she gasped. "It can't be. It's the reality. Back away," Arad growled. "Take the spawns to a safer place. This isn't a place for you to stand on." The shaking got even more violent as Arad's eyes started flashing with a purple light. No wonder she wanted to blast the whole place at once. "Come out. It seems I was tricked to kill you." Bam! A large skeletal claw burst from the ground, oozing with necrotic magic. "Arid, let me blast this thing away." Doma cried inside his head, but Arid blocked her inside his mind. "No, this time it's a matter between me and him." "Don't interfere," he replied, as the massive skeleton rose from the ground. "Bastard, I sense death from my pets." A massive draconic skeleton burst from the ground, shaking the whole place. "A long-dead dragon and undead. You're the one behind the bandits' quick rise to power, aren't you?" Arid asked, standing in front of the dragon with a stern face. "Hatchling?" The Dracolich growled. "Praise be to the god of murder. You'll make a worthy sacrifice. I know it's my fault for interfering with another dragon's plans, and I will leave at once." "No need to get violent," Arad said, keeping his passive face, as he sensed the massive waves of compressed magic rush out of the Dracolich. He can't start a fight now. Eris is still close. "Legacy of death." The Dracolich growled. "I do not take offense to kill, but I take offense to hindrance." He prowled around Arad. "My God, said a usurper to my title was in the capital, someone who wants to take holds of my power and seat as the Deathbringer." Clouds of stinky, rot-filled mist flew out of the dragon's rotten bones and jaws. "First that green bitch tricked me and I ended up dead, and now a mere humanoid is trying to claim my power. Unforgivable, green bitch." Arad asked with a puzzled face. "Claudilia Mater of the Crypt Forest came to kill her, and I ended up dancing in her palms, killed by the raging army of the capital." The dragon growled. "I can smell it, her stench on you." Arad nodded, sorry for my earlier comment. "I was indeed tricked into interrupting your plans, but that was before you told me Clog wanted you dead. So, what do you make of that?" The Dracolich growled, lifting his claw up. "I can crush you with ease. Clog is my benefactor. She saved my life once before, and I intend to repay that." "Making sure you remain dead is a good way to start," Arad replied with a smile. "You kill me?" The Dracolich laughed. "I'm already dead. I can't be destroyed by normal means." Ding, Arad could sense it. Eris and the spawns have moved a fair distance away, and he's free to start fighting. Arad lifted his hand and extended it toward the dragon. The dead shouldn't be alive. The living shouldn't stand up to death. I exist to make sure the likes of you don't get that wish. The Dracolich kept prowling around Arad. Come on, show your claws, scream, roar, and die. Arad smiled. I don't think I need to shift. He looked into the dragon's eyes. It's strange you haven't attacked first, isn't it? The Dracolich growled, stopping in his place. Insolent bastard. He lifted his claw and swung at Arad. Swash. The Dracolich stopped his claw right before Arad's face. Bastard. Arad giggled. Come on, touch me if you dare. The Dracolich wanted to crush Arad, but he couldn't get the smell out of his rotten nose. This dragon in front of him isn't normal. A void dragon he may be, but something else is mixed in his blood. Thud. The dragon leapt back and opened his jaw, charging a breath of toxic gas. Swash. In a single blast, a green cloud of death washed over the plans. The plans withered and the trees crumbled as Arad stood still, unbothered. Poison breath. You were a green dragon in life? Interesting. Were you one of the dragons chasing after Clog? I didn't. The green dragon growled. Brother did, but he never returned. That Dracaina ate every dragon that approached her. That only means they were weaker than her, Arad replied. Same with you, talking about death and not daring to touch me. The Dracolich growled inside. He could feel it in his old bones. The monster that Arad is something no other dragon has. You won't leave this place alive. The Dracolich growled, getting his magic ready. Arad smiled. Well, since you asked to see my draconic form, how about I show you the thing that spooked you? His aura disappeared for a second, curses flowing across his flesh and bones. Clack! 2 pairs of eyes opened on Arad's face as his body started to shift and twist. 3 pairs of wings burst on his back as 2 massive tails lashed out from his lower back. The spawns in beside Eris stopped moving, staring at their hands. He's calling us, one of them exclaimed. Back to his blood, another added, as blood started to pour out of his eyes and ears. The spawns smiled. Back to Master we return. Blap. Their bodies burst into a rush of blood flying toward Arad. Spawns are part of a vampire lord's power when he's going all out. They return to his blood. Eris gasped. I was gifted to him, so I won't dissolve, but I can feel it from here, his bloodlust. Outside the barrier, 5 sat on a hill watching from afar. Bednovel, or Kihehaha, she giggled with a vicious smile. She was right, how ugly, how unholy, how disgusting. She took a deep breath. But what a rare specimen. I never heard of something like him. On the island of Grief, Alice Dagon stood naked on her bed, glaring at the crystal before her. A vampiric wormwolf void dragon, and on top of that he's the son of Orion the Hunter. The goddess of magic said he was useless to her plans, but could such a monster really be ignored? She shook her head. No, her attention is the last thing a mortal wants. She stared back at Lilia's statues she kept in her room. Did you plan this? Did you know a Dracolich was there? She growled at the statue. The statue remained silent as Alice growled. You short little bitch. She lunged out of the bed. 5 change of plans. It wasn't the plan for Arad to fight a Dracolich. Assist him. If I dropped the barrier, the paladins would come rushing in. He won't stand a chance. 5 replied. Alice growled. The only other close projection was severely damaged by Eris. What can she do to help? It then clicked in her mind. Yes, I can call her. Alice rushed to lift her crystal ball and screamed, What are you watching? Stop immediately and fly out. Clog lifted her head away from her crystal ball. Shut up. Alice, she growled. Lord Amiris and Lady Granbell are about to kiss. Call me later. Stop spying on other people's lives and move. Arad has picked a fight with a Dracolich, Alice growled. Clog lifted her massive head and she growled, Did one of your projections drag him into trouble? I was only following a spark of magic. I swear it wasn't on purpose, Alice cried. I swear it. from one shut-in to another. Clog stood and glared at the kobolds in her lair. I'm leaving watch and tell me what happened with Lord Emiris and Lady Granbell when I return. She lunged out of her den, crawling up into the forest. How is he doing? Clog called Alice, asking for details. The Dracolich is wary of Arod, fearful even. He doesn't understand his nature, and that is terrifying him. But I say the tides will shift once he gets a hold on how Arod fights, Alice explained. Fear of the unknown, I bet he planned for thousands of scenarios. A dragon like Arod pulling in and threatening him wasn't one of the plans. Clog flapped her wings as fast as she could. Back on the battlefield, the Dracolich unleashed a massive poison breath. Arad opened his jaws, sucking the poison cloud into his stomach as if it was nothing. Flapping his 6 wings, he flew forward at a mind-boggling speed, clawing at the Dracolich's head. Action surge! Clang! Clang! With Arad's current explosive strength, he managed to release 14 claw attacks in the blink of an eye, ripping the Dracolich's neck. The Dracolich regenerated immediately and swung his claw at Arad, time slow. 90% time slowed, and Arad started moving to the side, dodging the Dracolich's claw while opening his jaw. Fire breath, lightning breath, cold breath, void breath. As the time returned to its normal speed, the Dracolich was struck by the 4 breaths in order. His bones, heated by fire and lightning, rapidly cooled with the cold breath, cracking like chips, and they were finally blasted by the void breath. As Clog reached the scene, she saw Arad standing on a pile of bones, roaring his lungs out. She giggled. Alice, you seem to have underestimated him. Since I'm here in person, I can confirm it. With the vampire and lycanthropic blood, Arad can punch way above his weight class. He devoured the Dracolich's soul to cultivate his age. Chapter 412. Bloody Romance I've In. Into the deep, Clog smiled, her heavy footsteps shaking the ground as she approached Arad with each step closer to him. She got more wary, finding herself approaching him in circles. Arad stood on top of the Dracolich's bones, his 6 wings slowly flapping to push the dust away. He glared forward, seeing Clog getting closer. You came? This one must have gotten you into a lot of trouble in the past. His brother once sought me as a mate, but he was too weak, so I ate him. This one wanted to kill me as revenge, but I managed to pit him against an angry army, and he was slain by them. His brother sought you as a mate? If he's as weak as this, that was a stupid decision, Arad said, his head tilting to the side as his 6 eyes blinked. He was as strong as his brother, but I was a fair bit weaker in the past as well. I ate his brother since he was too small for me. Size matters, Arad giggled, but you're bigger than the average ancient green dragon. I was always a bit brawny. I might do well with a big red dragon, or even a gold one if I felt like taking a risk. She giggled. Sadly, you're too small currently. We voids grow far bigger than the rest of dragon kind. Let's see how big I will get in a year, Arad stated, staring at Clog with a sharp glare. Clog giggled, the tip of her tail wiggling. You're still weaker than me, and you're almost a quarter of my size, but your growth rate speaks for itself, she prowled around Arad. If you were to be a shred as strong as your mother, I might consider you. Let's leave that for later. What brought you? It wasn't just this one. Alice asked me to come help you. She didn't know about the Dracolich. Clog shook her head. She's a good woman, but I say a bit too invested in the goddess of magic, and this time was fooled by her. Titans, I'm not that keen on getting friendly with them. Arad growled. I was about to fly and eat all of her projections for this. Leave them. The world needs them. Clog approached Arad, staring at his neck and back. You got severely wounded by healing. I can smell the Dracolich's bone dust inside your body. He got my neck pretty bad, Arad sighed. I'm lucky that all my organs are hidden in my void. Otherwise, his second slash would have gutted them out. All dragons cover their organs with their elemental energy. If I was struck with a sword, my toxic blood will splash out, Clog explained. The insides of a red dragon are searing hot, while a black dragon's organs swim in acid. That's the case for all dragons. Then it's common to stab a red dragon only for your blade to melt. Arad looked at Clog, but minds work better. It's the void hiding your organs altogether is an advantage. Eris approached Arad, staring at him and Clog. Arad, she is, Clog looked at Eris. The half-dragon woman that ran away the moment she sensed my approach in Rita. That was a wise decision, since when fighting a dragon could be considered wise. It's always something that you shouldn't do unless there is no other choice. You're right, Clog turned around, expanding her wings. I need to go. I left some important matters unattended. I can't stay for long. Is it something I can help with? Arad looked at her, and she turned to look back at him, her opal white fangs reflecting the faint moonlight. Very serious business. The politics of a whole kingdom rely on it. Clog smiled, thinking in her head, I wonder if they kissed or not. I'm going to mess that whole man's fields if he chickened out now. To her, Noble's relationships only existed for her amusement. Even Arad's relations weren't safe from her scrying eyes. Clag expanded her wings and soared into the sky, staring back down at Arad and Eris on the ground. Well, even if those nobles didn't get on, I still have the life of Arad to watch. Arad growled, shaking his head and neck from left to right. This transformation was powerful, but it made him feel a bit weird. His muscles ached, and his mind slipped through a hazy mist as if he were fighting to remain awake. Doma, is it safe to fight like this? Yes and no. There's always an inherent risk in using curses. That's the main reason most people avoid them. As a void dragon, you can resist it extremely well, but that exhausts you mentally and physically. Doma looked deeper into Arad's mind, discovering that he was, in fact, exhausted. You better sleep soon, or at least once between each transformation. Otherwise, you might end up passing out in the middle of it. I'm sure no one wants to deal with a rampaging Arad, or do they? No, they don't. Arad took a deep breath and stared at Eris by his side. All the bandits have turned into vampire spawns and are inside me. The giants were exterminated, and the Gobins gave up. I say, we finished here. Eris looked around with a smile on her face. It's been a while since I smelled so much blood in one place. It's sad that I don't have any corpses to cremate. Arad thought about it for a second, and then asked, Does Alina have a funeral house? I asked around, but it seemed they buried everyone directly into the ground. Funerals are usually carried out by the family of the deceased. Everything is prepared by them. Then how about you create a funeral house? You can use the spawns and hire some workers for a start. Arad pointed out, I have enough money for that. And if not, it won't be that hard to make it by killing powerful monsters. And the dragon gets a cut of the profit. I like that. With me, Roberta, the kobolds, and Mira, you would have a lot of extra income coming in. She nodded. You wanted to build a castle in the mountains for dragons to meet, didn't you? And that needs funds. Arad confirmed and then looked toward the bandits' camp. We should clean this up. We're already past midnight. After half an hour of Arad and Eris walking around using his void to clean all the destruction, they could feel Five's barrier slowly fading away. She canceled her magic and left, leaving them alone. Arad transformed into his half-dragon form and flew to the sky, scrying the forest around the camp only to find what he sensed. Only animals and monsters prowled around with no intelligent creature in 4-kilometer radios. We're alone, but I still can't be sure. Arad flew down and transformed into his draconic form to dig a large tunnel leading deep underground. Eris rode on his back, protected by his wings. Your digging skills are amazing, clawing down with your claws, sucking the dirt into your stomach, then taking it out through the tip of your tail to close the hole behind you. She looked back, thinking this looked similar to something that everyone was familiar with. As long as it works. Arad didn't care how the whole operation looked, as long as it allowed him to burrow through the ground while making sure no one followed him. Crack. After several minutes, Arad finally reached an underground cave large enough for him to land into. Iris looked around, and even though she could see in the dark, she could only make shapes and not colors in a place with no source of light. Arad shifted into his humanoid form and stood beside her, lifting one finger and forming a tiny fireball. You can ignite a light, I know. Iris lifted her hand and created a purple plasma ball. I even can do this. With a large grin, she created several more plasma balls and sent them flying around to illuminate the place with a purple haze. Now this looks better. She looked at Arad with a smug grin, knowing he didn't have the fine control to achieve such a thing. Arad looked around. The cave consisted of one large cavern with multiple stalagmites and stalactites covering the floor and ceiling. He could hear a waterfall in the distance as the humidity in the air was quite high. Searching for signs of life made Arad sure they were over 8 kilometers deep, and the only beings around were monsters that avoided him like the plague. No one will see or hear us again. Perfect. He walked around, stretching his arms as he looked for a nice place to set the furniture. Thud. Eris touched his shoulder, her fingers slowly reaching up to his neck. He could feel the sharp point of her nails scratching on his skin. Before that, she giggled, "Can I get a sip?" Chapter 413, Bloody Romance, V. Sucked to Death. Of course you can. Arad stared at Eris, his eyes glowing with a purple haze. But be careful, you might burn. Eris giggled, approached him, and gently stroked his chest, reaching toward his neck. I do like spicy food, extending her tongue forward. She licked Arad's neck, slowly pushing her fangs into his flesh. Vampire bites are similar to those of bats. Their droll holds an anticoagulant and a sedative. The victim won't even feel the touch of their lips, only the faint sensation of their blood rushing up to the wound. Arad closed his eyes, trying to feel his blood, but he couldn't. No matter how much she sucks out of him, it will never be a drop in the massive pool of blood that his draconic body holds. Cough. Eris coughed, almost choking as she felt a sharp burning sensation in the back of her throat. Her eyes started tearing, and her nose began running like a flood's. With each gulp of Arad's blood, her stomach turned and twisted. But she didn't stop, as Arad remained still, his eyes closed with Eris sucking on his neck. He started focusing on sensing his blood. His mana-rich blood flew out of him and into Eris's fangs. He could see it clearly through his void eyes, even with his eyelids closed. The blood got sucked into Eris's fang, flowing through her upper jaw before splitting in two. Some rushed to her brain, while the majority is flushed into her throat through holes in her wisdom teeth. Eris's body twisted as Arad's blood flooded across her brain, triggering a response that caused pleasure. But that wasn't all that Arad discovered. The more blood coats her brain, the harder she bites, and the more blood she sucks. He felt that something was off, but didn't give it a mind, as he didn't know better. Eris is a half-dragon, half-elf vampire, and thus gets the most nourishment from dragon and elf blood. Arad to her is like a hot, spicy meal, while she suspects that Aella would taste minty, but she hasn't tasted her yet. Eris's mind started gutting mudded, a white mist clouding her thoughts, as she drowned in the pleasure of sucking on Arad's blood. She bit harder and deeper, sucking even more blood. The burning sensation of his blood quickly turns from pain to pleasure as well. Arad opened his eyes, noticing that Eris's whole body weight leaned on him, and pure white liquid dripped from between her legs as they went numb. That smelled similar to piss, but was different. "Eris, you okay?" Arad asked, using his right hand to shake her body. He could feel a bit of resistance as she mumbled into his neck. Yes, she managed to reply with Arad's blood gargling in her throat. Arad relaxed once again, relieved at her response, but that was naive. And with Doma and Mom asleep to give them some privacy, the timer started ticking down for him to realize the problem. Eris has drunk Arad's blood before without a problem, but never did right after he transformed into the vampiric werewolf. A dragon's blood is already too strong. Add the vampirism and then the compressed magic of Arad's transformation, and you have a recipe for disaster. Noviome. The more she drank, the better she felt, and the more she needed to drink more to keep that feeling. The pleasure only masked the damage his blood did, but didn't fix it. Eris, you're drinking more than usual, Arad mumbled without moving a muscle. He thought she must have been thirsty after how hard the night was, but he was once again wrong. Eris's mind slowly sank into a pure white world. devoid of all sensation as she floated in her own thoughts. With each sip, she sank deeper and deeper, making it harder for her to snap out of it. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Arad felt his heart skip a beat, lifting his hand to touch his chest. He wasn't low on blood, so what was it? With a single glare, he saw it. That wasn't his heart that fluttered, but something else beside it. That organ was the Draconis fundamentum, a walnut-shaped lump of flesh and nerves, beating like a heart and pumping mana across his vein. A foreign type of magic was floating in his veins, something that his Draconis fundamentum noticed and tried to eliminate. Arad glared down at his chest, squeezing his void eyes as much as he could to trace that magic. The source quickly became clear as his mind shifted to Eris. Her body was limp on him, and she kept sucking more and more of his blood. Arad looked at Eris, a drop of sweat trailing across his forehead, as the realization came to him seeing his magic all over her body. With a powerful jerk, he yanked her off his neck, dropping her on her back. He could see it clearly, and there was no mistake. Upon ingesting a large amount of his agitated blood, Eris's body failed to digest it and started failing. Arad's powerful blood slowly digested her from the inside out. This was a powerful and magnificent defense mechanism that would prevent other vampires from preying on him in battle. But the little amount of magic that remained in his blood after shifting back to a humanoid shape was still dangerous. Arad lunged forward, biting Eris's neck and using his void to selectively suck his own blood from her. But that wasn't enough. Only a powerful punch to the stomach did the job of forcing the majority of what she drank back out. As the excess blood cleared from Eris's body, her regeneration kicked back in and her mind slowly woke up. Gah! With a gasp, she jerked back to life. Ah! She cried, feeling an extreme pain rushing between her head and stomach. Are you okay? Arad asked with a worried face, seeing her shaking in place. I'm fine. What happened? Enduring pain was something she could do with ease, but this time was different. She felt extremely weak. You sucked too much of my blood and started losing it, Arad replied, thinking of a way to describe what happened to her. Iris scratched her head as she stood, taking deep breaths and focusing on her blood. I'm fine. I'm healing nicely, she giggled. It seems that I was rejected like any other spawn. A vampire spawn can only become a vampire lord if he sucked his master dry and absorbed his power. The only other way is for the spawn to be strong innately, which Arad was. Iris sat beside Arad. I should make a note to only drink small amounts of your blood from now on. She smiled, running her hand on his thigh. Can you keep up? Arad asked, and she smiled. Of course, I'm more durable than you think. She reached with her hand to his pants. Arad looked at her, feeling a bit better now that she was back on her feet. He thought she was a goner when she fell earlier. He should have been the first one to not underestimate his own blood. With a swift move, Eris pulled his flesh out and gave it a smug look. It's limp. I thought you were dead a second ago, Arad replied. Even he, as a dragon, can get stressed. There's a lot that his raw power can fix, but a dead person isn't one of them. Don't worry about me, she smiled. I already died decades ago when I first became a vampire. That's the first reason I became the head of a funeral house. She started licking his meat, attempting to get it rigid enough. Surrounded by death, Arad gasped. That's something you like? Death isn't the end. It's the beginning, probably seeking purpose by watching other lives fade away. Wouldn't it be easier to give life? Arad replied with a smile, and Eris laughed, trying to sell me on bearing an egg. Already told you I won't. His flesh already got rigid enough for her to start sucking for real. We vampires are dead. You can say we aren't a suitable environment to bear life. We usually get children through an eldritch magic ritual. She stopped sucking. That isn't the case if we're talking about a dragon, right? Arad could see it in her eyes, the fear of the unknown. Dragons are the epitome of power, life force, and creation. Legends say that Asgorath humped a stone and thus earth dragons were born. She recited an old legend of the first dragon god. Arad giggled, You're joking, right, Awa? Arad cried as he felt her teeth sink into his flesh. Don't bite me. Sorry. Eris took Arad's flesh out of her mouth, leaving a clear 2 red dots on it, a sponge filled with blood. How could I resist? Arad sighed. Can we do it at least once without you trying to bite me? No, Eris replied with a smile. Chapter 414, Vampire's Night. I, Pain, and Pleasure are 18. You're a vampire, after all, Arad sighed, staring at Eris's smile. Not just that, I'm a half-Perthla dragon and a half-elf. I have blue and red dragon's blood in addition to elves. She stroked Arad's flesh with her hand. Do you know what that means? Arad thought about it for a second. You have a weird love for blood and feet, he sighed. Eris giggled. I'm more of a hand girl, but I wouldn't mind a bit of that. Blood, hands, violence, and patience, she explained. Red dragons value power and violence over everything else. A red mate would like it rough and as violent as possible, as anything besides that, and she would feel insulted. A red dragon is strong enough to take it. Blue dragons value patience and time. A blue mate would hold herself for hours, prolonging the session beyond belief, and to them, the one who ends first is the weakest. Eris slowly climbed up Arad's torso, licking his abs and chest. Get it inside me, as deep and fast as you can, she whispered. Arad looked at her. Well, you asked for it. He wrapped his arms around her back, pinning her in place. Eris shivered, feeling him gently pushing on her front door. She knew it was coming, and so her hips writhed clap with one powerful thrust. Arad jammed his entire length forward, filling her in a single motion. Gah, Eris cried, gasping for air as her insides burned. She could feel her heartbeat slowing down and her organs shaking. The sharp pain rushing from between her legs, mixed with pleasure, assaulted her senses and caused her arms to erect straight. She slowly breathed, pulling her arms down and hugging Arad's neck. Mustering all of her power, she forced her hips to tighten on Arad. Is this all you got? Arad stared at her face, seeing the tears trailing down her cheeks. No, but are you sure? Eris shook her head, splashing the tears away, and glared at Arad. Of course I'm sure. This is nothing. Keep going, or I will start moving. Arad thought about it for a second. He doesn't fully understand what she wants, but as long as won't sustain any lasting damage, giving what she asks for is best, right? Arad's brain started shaking inside his head. Eris had just almost died by drinking a lot of his blood. Her decisions and what she likes won't be necessarily in her best interest. He shouldn't go along with everything she asks for. Arad closed his eyes, making an important decision. Hoi, Doma, wake up. Don't wake me up. Just a second, is this safe? Fine, but this is the last time, do this. Doma gave Arad a few crucial instructions. Some of them seemed strange, but he could trust her decision to an extent. Eris glared down at Arad's face, growling as she slowly lifted her hips, ready to force her whole weight down and push his all the way inside her once again. But suddenly, he opened his eyes, armed with a few tips from a half-elf witch. Arad? She gasped. Let's do it. He wrapped his arms around her back, holding her in place. Eris looked around, a drop of sweat trailing down her forehead as she saw Arad lip, his palm up, slap. He dropped his palm on her butt, sending a shockwave across her body from head to toe. Eris clenched her teeth, drool dripping from her lips as the air got knocked out of her lungs. Don't move on your own, Arad said with a passive face. A lightning spark shocked Eris's body and her blood tingled. As Arad spawned, that sentence was more than mere words. Spawns are slaves to their lord, and their lord's words are both the whip and carrot. When a spawn gets an order from their lord, the words feel terrifying and sweet. The fear of failing their master and the punishment coming from it, and the excitement coming from fulfilling them. They might get their blood sucked, or even better, get a chance to drink their master's blood. Yes, I won't. Eris gasped, a smile crossing her face. Arad clenched his hands around her butt, lifting it up until he was only tip deep. With one powerful pull, he jammed himself all the way in. Clap, clap. With each powerful thrust, Eris moaned and cried, feeling her insides getting crushed by Arad's massive size. Each time her body instinctively tried to pull away, he slapped her butt hard enough that her bones shook. Even if Arad's thrusts seemed violent and rough, he tightly kept control of his power, making sure he didn't use enough strength to hurt her. He pertinently could shatter her hips with one thrust, but didn't. Deep down, Eris knew that, and she felt insulted that he couldn't go all out with her. The proud red blood in her veins won't accept such reality. But alas, only a true Dracaina or a succubus could survive Arad's full might. Eris moaned, feeling her insides twist, even with how much she hated it. She couldn't hold it much longer. She lost the power struggle and her red blood felt ashamed, yet now she's about to reach her limit first, and her blue dragon blood is raging at the fact. With the next slap to her butt, Eris's body jolted, trembling as the dam broke and water rushed out. She screamed her lungs out, falling on Arad's chest. Arad stared at her, shaking. He hadn't reached his limit yet, not even close. That was intentional, as focusing on something else, and using his scales to numb the sensation on his parts made it possible for him to grind it for hours. Arad stood and extended his arm. Wash! The large white bed popped out of nowhere. Come here! He lifted Eris and laid her on her stomach, her legs dangling down. Eris gasped for air. Her legs unable to carry her, she remained motionless as Arad lifted her butt up. Let's keep going. Gah! Eris tried to say something, but was interrupted by Arad's rod smacking deep inside her. Her moans filled the cavern as she clenched her hands on the bedsheet. Clap, slap, slap, slap. Arad kept humping her as hard as possible, slapping her butt each now and then until she turned bright red. After several minutes, Eris was almost knocked out cold, dripping as her eyes rolled back. Arad sighed, staring at her shaking on the bed. How was that? Eris didn't have enough strength to reply between her heavy breaths, but she managed to form a vague thumbs up, signaling that it was good. Thud. Arad sat beside her, patting her hair. Eris opened her mouth and started sucking on his fingers, resting as her hips kept convoluting. Arad looked at her with a smile. He wasn't done yet. There was one part that Doma mentioned, but left doing it or not at his discretion. Say, Eris, want another round? He asked. Eris looked at him and stopped sucking on his fingers. I don't think I can take any more seriously. She rubbed her hand between her legs, feeling a tingling pain stinging her insides. I know, Arad replied. It was Doma's suggestion. Eris blinked. I read enough that I know where this is going, she sighed. That damn witch, but she isn't wrong. Eris smiled. Let's do it, but I get my way with you afterward. Deal. With a smile, Arad waved his hand. Swash! Eris's coffin appeared out of nowhere, landing on the hard stones with a thud. Eris gulped as Arad lifted her, putting her stomach first inside the coffin. Arad pulled her hands behind her back as he went inside above her, locking the coffin behind him. Now trapped inside this cramped space, Eris had no way to move, especially with Arad's weight pushing down on her. She tried to wiggle her arms, but they were held tightly behind her back. Her body quivered as she felt his rough tongue licking her neck, and she gasped. Arad opened his mouth, biting her neck, and that was enough to send her sensitive body into another climax. Arad wrapped his hand up, grasping Eris's face in his palm and pushing one finger into her mouth. Without waiting, she started sucking. Suddenly she could feel his flesh pushing right up her back end. Eris gasped for air, clenching her teeth on his finger. Even if it only gave her a few drops of blood, that was enough. Crack. With one powerful thrust, Arad dropped his entire weight, pushing his massive flesh all the way inside her back end, and she cried, biting so hard on his finger that she might have snapped it. Aj moaned, climaxing once again. Her vampire blood tingled as Arad sucked her blood. The pain from her back end only contrasted that Eris stopped biting Arad's finger, and he stopped moving. You okay? he asked. Yeah, Eris replied. May I say something? If it hurts too much, we can stop. That bitch Doma, as much as I hated, she was right, Eris sighed. Promise me that once she gets a body, make her cry at least once, or let me punch her. Arad looked at her. That between you two to deal with, Eris smiled. That's a promise, let's keep going. The coffin remained locked for over an hour. Eris's moans and screams echoed across the cavern like the howls of a wraith. Chapter 415, Vampire's Night II Vampire 18, crack. The coffin burst open and Arad walked out, his back cracking. That was tight, thud. Eris grabbed the edge, sat up, and stared at him. Which one? Both, he replied. Get it? I don't know if jokes suit you, but I get that one. Eris smiled. So it's my turn now? Of course I promised. Arad nodded. So what do you want? Eris was about to speak, but then stopped. Now that I thought about it, I can't decide. Spoiled for choices. What else could it be? I'm trying something fun that I won't regret. Eris scratched her. Take your time thinking. Arad looked up. The night isn't running away. Eris nodded. You're right. Let's start with some water. Do you have some? Arad pulled a jug of ice-cold water from his stomach. I should have pulled it before. He quickly gave it to Eris. Eris grabbed the water jug and chugged down half the water in it. Arad had never seen any of the girls drink that much water. If he excluded that one time he saw Amber drinking beer. He can swear she might chug a whole barrel. Ha! Eris put the jug down and sat on the bed, stretching her arms. Nothing better than blood other than water. It feels like it's cleaning my throat. Arad directly drank from his stomach as he usually does for food. It worked like an inventory where he could eat without even taking the things out. He took a moment to think how useful his stomach would have been if he hadn't already overpowered its usefulness with his vampiric regeneration. While other people need to manually drink a potion after getting hit, he can spawn it inside his stomach. Jack had suggested that Arad use a potion with other effects since he doesn't need healing. Use things like potions of speed, invisibility, and other buffs. After a brief test, Arad realized the painful truth of his existence. His almighty dragon body quickly neutralizes any foreign effect, no matter what it is. Simple alchemy won't cut it, and weak magic effects get burned in the blink of an eye that only left him with mana and stamina potions. The latter was abundant, but the first was in short supply for Arad's uses. When Arad started to fight with his rumbling and draconic form, abusing his breaths and gravity magic, he started to feel the limitation of his mana and stamina. It's nice to have a fuck everything in that general direction extinction beam, but being able to only blast it once a day didn't sit well with him. Arad looked at his hand. The ray-absorbing mana that was suggested by Doma is nice, but it only works with spells that he can cast and has enough brain power left to think about absorbing the mana. It's useless if he needs to put all of his concentration into a massive spell. What are you thinking about? Eris asked as she saw Arad zoning out. Void expansion. I was thinking about asking Doma to figure a way to fill it with the vampire spawns. He smiled. That would be effective. Eris gasped. What came into you now? Your void expansion is already a hellscape, and you want to make it more deadly? Deadly for humans, true, but a motivated dragon can escape my 4-kilometer radios in about 12 seconds. I need to think about fighting them. Arad's enemies are only humans, but monsters that can't be stopped with normal means. And Arad remembered a short mock fight that he had with Alcott. Short story, the moment Arad activated his void expansion, Alcott diced him so badly that he was forced into his draconic body. Alcott was able to beat you before you could even move, but that's a dragon slayer we're talking about. He could smell that you were about to cast a massive spell and took you down in the split second of activation. Eris tapped Arad's chest. There is always lag when using magic. It's easier and faster for you to try working around it rather than eliminating it. Arad nodded as he sat on the bed. That's why I will fill the void with spawns. Eris sat beside him, putting one leg on the other while reaching to his flesh with her hand. Right now, you have other things to fill. She smiled, but I'm still sore, so we can put that on hold for now. Arad looked at her. Then what did you want to do? Eris let go of his flesh and leaned back on her arms. Nothing sexual, to be honest. I just wanted you to test a few things for me. With her fist, she tapped his chest. I heard vampire lords can change their appearance and shapeshift into bats or mist, brainwash people with their gaze and grant power to their spawn through blood. What can you do? Arad closed his eyes, his body turning into a black mass in the blink of an eye. A tiny hamster fell between Eris's breasts, nesting there. I'm a druid and can shift into small animals. I can do it with blood magic, but that limits me to vermins and makes my blood magic noticeable. The hamster said, his two large teeth grinding against each other. Clack. The hamster shifted once again, turning into a massive 1-foot-long black spider. You're right. You're oozing with blood magic now. You will only fool common folks. Eris could feel it as clear as the day. The spider jumped away from between her boobs and landed on the ground, shifting back to Arad. Let me try that blood shifting. Arad closed his eyes, trying to change the shape of his body. A faint black mist reeking of blood covered his body as it tried to morph. Eris backed away, sensing his blood magic flowing in a weird pattern. What are you doing? She gasped. Trying to make it work, Arad growled as he tried to control the magic, but failed. Boom. The spell went out of control, exploding and sending him rolling back in his normal form. Nop, can't do it, Arad sighed, lying on the ground like a dead fish. What a shame. With it, we could have used you to bypass a lot of encounters. Eris looked at him with a sad face. But we can still use it, Arad said with a smile as his body started to morph, taking the form of a blonde woman with red eyes. Eris recognized her as one of the spawns. Doma can make it happen. I just woke her up and she kicked me in the face, Arad said, standing up and staring at his body. My voice. His voice slowly shifted to match the woman's, and Eris started clapping. Way to go! Don't count on it too much. I don't have that much control over his blood magic. This is already annoying to control. I probably won't be able to keep it if he starts to move violently, Doma said, and Arad burst back to his original body. What about the werewolf part? What can it do now? Eris asked. It's better to keep it unused until I pair it with the Orion constellation, he replied, closing his eyes and sensing the wolf inside. Orion, the hunter's constellation. It's a strange coincidence that it's your family name. Eris approached Arad. Was your family named after it? Mom says void dragons use constellations as family names. We should expect other void dragons with surnames of the other constellations, Arad replied, approaching Eris. Beaded no. I see. She moved to the side, tapping the bed with her hand. Lay down. I rested a bit. Arad lay on the bed relaxing as Eris approached him with a smug grin on her face. Where should I start? She ran her hand from his stomach to his neck. You shift gears quickly, but that's up to you, Arad replied, opening his eyes. And Ayla seems to have feared I might get angry about some things she likes to do. I won't, so don't worry. Eris looked at Arad. Ayla? She's an elf after all. Going for feet or hands isn't uncommon. You could say it's to them like butt and breasts for humans. She approached his neck, biting it. You go for blood. Just don't drink too much or you might die. Arad sighed, remembering what happened earlier. Eris extended her hand toward his flesh, gently grasping it. She stopped drinking Arad's blood and looked down as her hand started rubbing it rapidly. Say which one she used. Eris shifted from rubbing him with her hand to her feet, and then back to her hands. I can provide a change. Ask her. Not me, Arad replied, wrapping his hand around Eris's waist and pulling her up. Didn't you want to drink my blood? One sip at a time, she approached his neck and licked the blood trailing down from the wound. Arad remained still, but this time, keeping an eye on her, let her start dying again. Do whatever you want. Chapter 416, Approaching Ice Storm, as Eris approached Arad. She saw his face change. Did something happen? Arad stood with a stern face, his eyebrows curling as he growled. The king is dying. No, 2 hours before. Father, I came back with good news. Inside the throne room, the first prince, Alfred Leor Ruris, bowed to his father, the king. I managed to secure Princess Lumina's hand. This will ensure a fresh and new peaceful start with the Western Holy Nation. The king smiled. You have indeed achieved a great deed. Our relationship never was stable, but with you, that grim fact might become history. The prince bowed deeper. I don't deserve your praises. I have yet to show my best achievement. Ho ho, the king stared at his son, eyes full of anticipation. The ice tribes of the north, Prince Alfred smiled. I managed to secure a peace treaty with those barbarians as long as we treat them like any other nation. The king stood from his throne. They have been assaulting our borders for centuries, ravaging villages as if they were hunting wild animals. How do you expect me to treat them like a nation? My king, no, dear father. Do you not wish for an end to the bloodshed each month that passes? Tens of our citizens are killed. Making peace will stop that. Alfred glared at his father. At least consider it. The king growled, his face twisting. I shall not forget their massacres and crimes against my people. But they do not have the structure of a kingdom to be treated as one. They don't even have a defined border. They operate based on tribes, unlike us who rely on nobles. They are going to unite under a single clan. The chieftain is their equivalent to a king. The king sat down, finally getting some sense into them. To think those cannibals have started to show some intellect. All he can remember of them is their naked armies rushing in, killing all the villages near the northern mountain and eating them. Until now, he can't get the stench of roasted corpses out of his nose. They were united by their hero who took over and is now the chieftain. He's more sensible and wishes to amend his predecessors. The prince explained with a smile. I suggest we support him. Alfred, kin, who stood at the king's right side, growled. Jin at his left also opened her eyes, glaring with glowing eyes. Alfred stared at her, confused. He knew she was the first queen, but most nobles in this room didn't. The queen that the public knew as the first queen is actually the third, with Qin and Jin taking the first and second place. He couldn't reply, staring around at the nobles. The nobles already started mumbling in the back, and he could hear them. They were disgusted by the fact a mere maid growled like that, addressing the first price with disrespect. Thud! Thud Gin was the one to walk forward, her eyes fixed on Alfred. Who's their hero? I thought the stench on you was left from a battle, but don't tell me. The nobles shivered. They could feel the room getting colder as Jin glared down at Alfred. The guards could feel it. One wrong word, and she would smack Alfred away. Please, at least, let me explain, Alfred said, and Jin sighed. You better have an explanation. She walked back to the king's side, a white dragon, Erwankari. He has taken over the frozen north as his territory, and the barbarians are following him. We can't ignore such power, Irwankari, in the dragon tongue. That name translates to white snow covered with snow, layers upon layers of ice. Jin stared at the king. I don't know of him, so he shouldn't be an ancient, the king sighed. Since he's chromatic, can I assume he wants something in exchange for peace? Everyone in the room glared at Alfred. What did the monster want? One of the nobles exclaimed. Chromatic dragons only love gold, sacrifices, and magic items. Not of, could be sated with ease, as I said before. He asked to treat the tribes as a nation. Alfred stared at his father, and as such he wants to tie our kingdoms through marriage. Blasted, Alfred! Don't tell me you're marrying a foul-blood daughter of his. Jin shouted, the ground beneath her feet freezing. Everyone in the room jumped in surprise, but the king signaled for her to calm down. Alfred started sweating. I would have loved it if I was the one to go. He looked around the room, and then at the entrance. He doesn't have a mate. His eyes then stopped at the king. He asked for Sister Isdis's hand. The king froze, glaring at Alfred. Forget it. I already decided on Isdis's husband. I can't give it to him. Father, He's a dragon and a king. Alfred looked around. At least, let Isdis make that decision. Give her a chance to speak. Alfred, I'm making no such decision before the dragon mediator is present. I will send him a letter, and we'll discuss this if he accepts my invitation. He looked at Kin. Get someone to send a letter to Alcott. He then signaled her to approach him. Kin got her ear so close to the king's mouth that they almost touched. I know you don't need me to tell you, but inform your family at once, he whispered, urging her to get the metallic dragons involved. Alfred stared at them, sweating. He's coming tonight. His words dropped like a bomb, shaking the whole palace. Click, the throne room door slowly opened and the wind rushed in. Everyone glared back with a terrified face as someone walked in. Who called me? Isdis walked in, a biwa on her shoulder. She looked around, strolling between the nobles and approaching Alfred. Look who it is, dear brother. She smiled. It's been a while. She waved her hand, greeting him casually. Alfred giggled. Sister, you never change, do you? He stood looking at her with a worried face and a faked smile. Isdis, who called you here? The king growled, looking at the door to see a maid standing there. The maid gasped as the king glared at her, falling on her butt with a terrified face. Prince Alfred asked me to bring her. She instantly cried. Alfred, Kin growled. Father, she deserves to know, Alfred replied, looking at Isdis. A white dragon took over the northern tribes and united them. He wants to marry you as a sign of peace. He didn't waste a breath and told everything as fast as he could. Isdis just nodded. I see why me. Said he loves your ice magic, Alfred replied. White dragons are good with cold magic. You two might get along from what I saw. Isdis shook her head. No, I'm already written out. She shook her head. Isdis, this is a dragon. Father can't force you to refuse his offer. He stared back at the king. If he has forced you into some arranged marriage, I'm sure this dragon can bail you out. And of course, you tell him no if you wish as well. Isdis smiled. You weren't here, so you probably didn't hear yet. But Father didn't arrange a marriage for me. I picked a jacked adventurer from a forest at the elf's border. Nothing political at all, if you think I threaten your place. Arad is technically a jacked adventurer, and they did meet in the forest. But hearing it like this, Alfred only imagined him as a nomad ranger living in the woods like a hermit. Alfred giggled. Please don't accuse me of such things. I never once tried to hurt you. Behind his smile, Isdis could see the countless times he tried to kill her since they were barely 15 years old. Not only her, but all of his siblings. Come on, brother. Remember the day you convinced me to ride a horse in secret? I almost died, and the one time you gave me that faulty set of armor, or how you stabbed me in the back while we were practicing sword fight. She smiled, pulling her violin. Ding, those were kids' mistakes, he growled.
Ding, ding. My stupid brother, ding, ding. Your mistakes almost killed me several times, and I feel this time you're sending me straight to a dragon's dinner plate. She smiled. You're either an imbecile, mentally disabled ape wearing a human carcass, or a brilliant genius trying to eliminate me from the throne's competition. Ding, ding, Alfred sighed. Fine, but hear this. We're talking about a dragon. Consider it well. Ho ho hoo, Isdis gasped with a smile, staring at Alfred.
What? I already said he was a dragon. Alfred stared at her, confused. Dealing with a bard was never easy, and she won't stop. Sorry, I tried to speak in a language you understand. She glared at Alfred. My answer is obvious. No is no. She flicked the strings of her biwa. Ding, bodak. Alfred could feel a sharp tightening in his chest, a deep sadness emerging from the depth of his heart, urging him to cry. Grinding his teeth, he resisted. Don't cast magic on me, especially that spell, Novo. Isdis smiled. Sorry, it came on its own. I'm a genius musician and singer after all. The spell she cast was called Vicious Mockery. You insult someone so badly that they take psychic damage. Alfred sighed. Fine, but you have to tell him that yourself. He won't believe any of us to speak in your place. Alfred stared back at his father. As I said, he's coming tonight. Isdis blinked. Really? I better get my man. She turned around. I advise against that. The dragon might be inclined to kill him on sight. You better get him to leave the city as soon as possible. Alfred stared at her. Isdis glared back at him with a grin. Then I will gladly give myself to him. My man is jacked as hell. Alfred looked at her, confused. The nobles heard that Arad fended a dragon, and they expected him to put up a decent fight before losing, and could see Isdis's hope. But only Kin knew the truth, and she couldn't imagine Arad going down against an adult white dragon. Bam! The ground shook as they heard the guards scream. Kin's eyes flashed as she looked toward the king. The white dragon landed in the garden. He dived straight down from above the clouds. Chapter 417, Erwankari's Entrance. Chapter 417, Erwankari's Entrance. The guards screamed, their armor getting so cold it stuck to their skin. Each drop of sweat froze as they fell like hail. Under the stars, the massive creature towered over the garden, his claws digging into the ground. A dragon, one of the guards cried, lifting his crossbow. Creak! The white dragon shifted his massive head, glaring at the guard, pointing at him. In the blink of an eye, the guard fell on his knees, shaking as his limbs froze in place. I would have already killed you all if I wanted, the dragon growled, shifting its head around. Call your lord, king, and leader. He roared, shattering half the windows of the castle. Thud, the king rushed to the balcony, glaring down with a worried face. What do you want? He screamed internally. Bastard, he didn't waste any time. I believe your son already informed you. I came for Isdis, the dragon replied, his body twisting and shifting as he turned into a vaguely humanoid shape. He looked closer at lizard folks, but with white scales and a dragon head, wings, and a massive tail. Thud, thud. The guards rushed to surround the dragon, pointing their spears at their necks. Bastard, you shall not get the princess. The guard that greeted Isdis first when she came with Arad growled. The dragon stared at the guard. You aren't courageous, foolish is what I call this. He was right. Their mundane weapons can't pierce a dragon's scales. Clang. The head guard pointed his spear at the dragon's face. Even in death, we won't let you get close to her. The white dragon, Erwankari, smiled. I'm not backing away, but you're free to throw your life away. Those eyes, the head guard thought. That smug smile. This bastard is planning on something I've served for 20 years and will never miss it. The expression of someone bringing harm. He clenched his hand on his spear. As long I'm alive, he won't set foot in the castle Nuovel. You aren't welcome here. Scram to where you came from. The head guard growled, veins popping on his head. You fool guard, Alfred shouted from the balcony. He's the king of the northern nation. Apologize at once. All guards back away. King Baltos shouted, waving his hand. Erwankari is my honored guest for tonight. Don't start a fight with him, he said, trying to protect their lives. The guards slowly backed away. Only their captain stood his ground, ignoring orders. You still stand in my way and disobey your king? Erwankari smiled, opening his arms. My oath is to protect the fourth princess, and the royal family glared forward. Step on my corpse. As you wish, Erwankari smiled, stepping forward. Grath! The head guard shouted, thrusting his spear at Erwankari's neck. Clang with a swift move. The dragon deflected the strike with a hand tap. Creak! The head guard didn't slow down, instead got faster, throwing thrusts like there is no tomorrow. And to him, there wasn't. Clang. Clang. The dragon deflected the tens of thrusts thrown at him with ease, never breaking his smile. With each attack fended, he approached the head guard. Spears have an effective range. With the dragon getting too close, the head guard can't stab him. Crack! Erwankari swung his palm, striking the spear's shaft and shattering it. Swash! Bam! With a swifter move, he punched the head guard in the ear and then in the liver, sending him flying. Am I dead? He wondered, his vision slowly fading. His heart slowed almost to a halt, but then his blood started boiling. No, fight to last breath. Clap. As the head guard's body spun in the air, his arm moved, catching the tip of his shattered spear. His eyes glow with a golden light as he growls. Action, surge, adrenaline rush in the blink of an eye. 16 thrusts rushed toward Erwankari, the last struggle of a dying man pushed beyond his limit. He had never managed over 12 attacks before, but only death awaited now. Hee! Erwankari giggled with a raging smile, rushing forward without caring to block any of the attacks. They simply bounced off his scales. Erwankari thrust his fist forward, piercing the head of the guard's stomach and ripping a chunk of his spine out. But he wasn't done yet. The dragon swung his second fist at the man's head, trying to finish the already finished job. Clang! Erwankari's eyes opened wide as both his arms were caught. He could see a hand grasping the fist he sent at the man's face and one clenching on the one that pierced him. "How about you stop?" a voice came, and Erwankari glared to the side, about to lash out. "Gah!" He stopped, those two blue eyes glaring down at him. Gojo looked at Erwankari and the head guards with a smile. "This fight is over. How about you go rest? Who are you to order me around?" Erwankari shouted, but deep inside he knew this man was a problem. The fact he stopped his attack with ease was terrifying. "You better listen." Kin was already standing there, a golden broom in her hand. Crack, crack, Jin cracked her knuckles. "Sister, can I start punching?" she asked, with a passive face. "My back hurts." An old lady wearing tattered clothes appeared out of nowhere, walking forward with a bent back and approaching them, extending her hand to Erwankari. "Have any coins to spare for a hungry old lady?" Gojo pulled a gold coin from his purse and gave it to the old lady. "Here you go," he smiled. "Thanks, my son," she smiled, extending her hand to Erwankari once again. "Please." Erwankari pulled his hand from the head guard's torso and snorted, "Here you go." He pulled a gold coin and gave it to the old lady. "You're generous, my boy, thank you." She turned, walking away. Erwankari stared at the old woman. He can tell by her smell. A brass worm, and those two maids are gold and silver. Since when did the metallic bastards infiltrate this place? "Did someone rat us out?" he growled inside, staring at Gojo. "Who is this bastard? I can't smell any dragon from him. What is he? A powerful adventurer or a hero?" "Who are you?" Erwankari asked, glaring at Gojo. Gojo, her husband's brother. "So you could say she's my sister-in-law." Gojo smiled, pointing at Izdis on the balcony. "You aren't deciding anything till he arrives." "Hemph." Erwankari turned and started walking toward the castle as the healers rushed to the dying head guard. "Fine by me." Kin approached Gojo. "You can't kill him?" "I'm not stealing my brother's prey," he replied. "I will keep it at a standby." Gojo won't allow Erwankari to harm or approach Izdis until Arad returns to finish him. Kin sighed. "Fine. We don't want trouble as well. Killing him might send us into a full war with the barbarians of the north. Well, that's a problem." Gojo smiled. Several minutes later, dinner time came. The king sat on the long royal table, Erwankari facing him on the other side. Kin and Jin stood beside the king, the princes on the left side of the table, and the queens and princesses on the right side. The first prince, Alfred Leor Ruris, sat with his arms crossed, glaring back at the maid beside him. "I told you I don't want Iron Lake's wine. Bring me something else." "Closed bottle," he growled. The maid bowed with a scared face at once and rushed away. "Brother, be respectful," the second prince, Charlie Leor Ruris. "You look like a fucking imbecile." He started with a passive face. The fourth princess, Izdis Leor Ruris, laughed in the back. "I know, right?" Her giggles filled the room. "You two? We're at the dinner table with a guest." A woman with a large chest and a wrinkled face glared at them. The first queen, the third in reality after Kin and Gin, Emma Frostwell. She's Izdis and Charlie's mother, dysfunctional as usual. The third prince, Thomas Leor Ruris. He fixed his glasses, staring at his father. "Won't you say anything? Does anyone listen to me around here?" Baltos sighed, Kin and Jin tapping his back. "My dear," the second queen, fourth in reality after Kin, Jin, and Emma, looked at him with a gentle smile. her red hair dangling in braids behind her and almost reaching the ground. "They listen to you more than you think. Mommy's right." A little girl, almost 14 years old, shouted, "She's the 5th princess, Lucy Leor Ruris." She lifted her fist, waving it with great energy, and then pointed at the white-haired man sitting beside her. "Right? How the hell should I know?" Gojo sighed, and Lucy pinched his cheek, pulling on his hair. "Say yes! Say yes! Say yes!" she cried. Gojo Orion, currently working as Princess Lucy's sword trainer. The kind didn't know he was Ered's brother until Erwan Kari came. His true mission was infiltrating the castle and mapping it for the heist, and being with the easily manipulated Lucy helped out. With a few words, she would nag the guards into letting her and Gojo into the restricted sections. "Damn you, Vars, you told me dealing with this little shit was going to be easy." Gojo growled internally. Lucy was smarter than they anticipated when the royal family made a request for a sword master to train the first princess. Vars enrolled Gojo without even asking him. He said with his strength and dashing look, he would have no problem getting the princess's approval. Erwan Kari stared around the table, confused. Was this the royal family of the biggest human kingdom? "Ahem. I only came here on a peaceful visit. I hope I didn't trouble you too much." He tried to start a conversation and lifted his wine glass. He smiled, "For the prosperity of our kingdoms." Everyone looked at each other and lifted their glasses, except Lucy, who didn't have any drinks. Cheer! Everyone drank, but as soon as Gojo got the wine glass close to his mouth, Lucy smacked it out of his hand. "I told you no drinks on the job." Erwan Kari and Alfred glared at her, surprised. Why did you do that? They couldn't believe she had done that. As long as Alfred remembers, Lucy never acted that rash before. Why only this time out of all? Gojo stared at the spilled wine on the table as one of the maids rushed to clean it. His eyes quickly shifted toward Lucy, who was so close to him that she almost hugged his arm. "Get your filthy drinks away from him," she growled with an angry face. Lucy is a wild magic sorceress. Violent magic always surrounds her body in 1-meter radios. It's harmless most of the time, but only she knows what the wild magic is doing. Gojo, though, is there something in the wine that only she could see? Chapter 418, Deathbed. Chapter 418, Deathbed. King Baltos looked at Lucy and Gojo with a wry smile. "Lucy, please behave in front of our guest." Lucy nodded. "I will behave with Mentor Gojo." She smiled, lifting her plate so the maids could clean the wine. Kin stared at the spilled wine from her stance and then lifted the king's glass, taking a sip from it. Spicy with a hint of cinnamon, a variant of dwarven spirit. She put the wine glass down in front of the king. "It's clean," Alfred giggled. "Come on, I brought that wine. Father loved dwarven spirit, didn't he?" "That's a rare brew originating from the ice dwarves of the north," Erwan Kari said with a smile, a sign of goodwill. Jin stared at the bottle. One bottle of this could go for hundreds of gold coins. Gojo glared at Lucy. "You spilled that." "Each drop could be worth a whole gold coin," he pointed at the spilled wine as the maids cleaned it. "It smells strong, you would get drunk," Lucy replied. "All alcohols are filth, liquid rot." She hated all alcohol in the blood. The king lifted the glass and took a sip. He had tasted hundreds of drinks, but this one was really exquisite, the sharp taste and the spicy aftertaste in the back of his throat. "I do like it," he said with a smile. The maids brought the tea after the dinner plates were lifted. No one had left the table for even a second. Gojo stared at the maid bringing the tea with a smile. "Do you have milk? If so, can I get some with my tea?" The maid bowed as she laid the cups on the table. "Of course." She headed back to the kitchen to inform them. Baltos lifted his teacup and took a small sip. "Chieftain Erwan Kari, shall we discuss the purpose of your arrival now?" Erwan Kari took his teacup, cooling it down to almost freezing. "Of course." He then turned toward Izdis. "Since I'm building a new kingdom, I want to mend the bad blood between our nations. Humans create political relations through arranged marriages and using family bonds. That's why I'm seeking Izdis, the only princess of marriage age." Isdis lifted her teaspoon, hitting the edge of her cup and creating a ringing sound. At the end, ding ding. A monster mimicking humans can never grasp the art of courtship. Kin looked at Irwan, Kari, and Isdis, closing her eyes. Dragons only know how to take. Jin looked at Gojo. If a dragon saw a Dracana and wanted her, or the reverse if a Dracana saw a dragon and wanted him. They usually drag them away by force. She walked toward Gojo, grabbing him by the hair and dragging him toward where she stood before. Strangely, he remained sitting on his chair like a statue. Careful, I take care of my hair. Gojo stared at her with an exhausted face. He then stared at Erwan Kari. It's strange you are asking in the first place. What's your game? Erwan Kari smiled. What is your game? He glared at Arad. Someone of your power dragged by her. You stopped my fist, remember? He tried to pray about the nature of Gojo's power, as that was a mystery to him. I have a weak spot for maids, Gojo replied with a smile. I also don't care that much, he looked at Jin. It was but a demonstration, Baltos nodded. They are right. What's your goal? Marrying Isdis is the goal of me coming here, and if you want my end goal, that is to create a kingdom strong enough to support me, with the right step up, I can rule over the whole frozen continent. He smiled, an ambitious plan, but wasn't impossible for a dragon. Since all dragons desired wealth and power, it wasn't unreasonable for him to want that. There is always a catch. Gojo smiled, looking at Jin and Kin. Dragons never act without an ulterior motive that they keep to themselves, so we can't establish trust yet. Irwan Kari sighed. I should probably give up on Isdis. Giving up so easily? Emma, Isdis's mother, said with a worried voice. She had a hunch Irwan Kari was after something besides her daughter. Are you mocking us? Or are you that dense? Charlie stared at Irwan Kari with a suspicious face. This is the worst plan I saw from someone wanting to marry. You said she already has a man. Irwan Kari looked at Gojo, your brother. What does he do? Considering how intimidating Gojo looked, he started to expect Arad to be an equal monster. Brother. Gojo scratched his chin. He lives in the forest and hunts monsters for a living. He already got a noble title and is well on his way to climbing ranks. A successful man from a humble start, Charlie said with a passive face. I saw him from afar, and I should be honest, that's a bear, not a man. I would love to meet him. Irwan Kari took a sip from his tea. Kin stared at them. Arad is far more than that, and the monster inside him is far worse. She stepped forward. I suggest you keep a formal tone with him and never attempt to harm him. That depends on him. Irwan Kari stood. I will speak with him tomorrow when he gets back, and leave afterward. He looked at one of the maids. Please guide me to my room if one is ready. The maid bowed. Of course, please follow me. King Baltos stood. His vision turned back for a second, and he leaned on the table, gasping for air. Baltos, Kin cried, seeing his almost fall. She stared at him, sniffing the air, but sensing nothing strange in his body. Baltos stared at the table, his mind zoning out as he started to hear his heart flutter in his chest. He could smell blood with every breath as his body felt lighter and lighter. He looked at Kin, to my room and call everyone. He gasped. Scales emerged on Jin's forehead for a second before disappearing again. Don't tell me, she growled. What's happening? Everyone asked, staring at him. Maids. The guests to their rooms, call all the guards to gather around His Majesty's room and summon the crown names. Kin growled, carrying Baltos, and his wives gasped. 2 veins popped on Charlie's forehead. You fucking maggot! He grabbed Alfred by the neck. Did you poison him? I'm going to skin you alive. Alfred gasped for air. Kin inspected the wine. I didn't do anything, he cried. Brother, Thomas said in the back. Alfred is right. Trust Kin, he stood. Go call the best medic you can find. I will get the alchemists. Charlie threw Alfred on the ground and rushed out, kicking the door open with a powerful hit. The queens and Isdis rushed after Kin and the king, and the maid guided Irwankari to his room, leaving Gojo alone in the room with Lucy. "You aren't going?" Gojo said, staring at her. "I don't know what to do," Lucy replied, looking down. "You can start by telling me why you smashed the wine from my hand. I felt like throwing up when I smelled it," she replied. Gojo started thinking, that wine wasn't poisoned, but I'm sure it had a hand in this mess. He approached the table, sniffing it. Nothing could Baltos be allergic to something in it. Or this is just a bad coincidence. I need to find the root cause if I want to fix this. He turned around and started walking Lucy by his side. "Let's see Baltos first." As Gojo walked into the king's room with Lucy, they saw Baltos lying on the bed, everyone surrounding him. A dying king, ready to speak the name of his successor. "Too late," Gojo growled. He could see death looming over the king. His next word would be the last. A. The king struggled, mustering all of his power, trying to push the name of his heir with his last breath. Alfred smiled. He could hear the letter A. It's his name, no mistaking it. Click. The door opened and Irwankari walked in. "I'm reluctant to help, but I can freeze him to buy time," he stated. Everyone stared back at him. "You what?" "Don't look at me like that. Even I know how valuable saving a king's life is. That won't be a debt you can easily repay." He walked forward, extending his hand. "I will freeze and take him and any one of you with me, since I need him close to keep my magic stable. In the meantime, we can gather healers and alchemists to try and save his life." Baltos's eyes almost popped out of his face, and Alfred stared back. "I will remain here to act as a temporary replacement. Please make sure Father survives." He blinked, and then saw a large, muscular man squatting over the king's bed. Baltos' eyes fixed forward. "Arad!" he gasped the last breath. Staring with a passive face, a faint pink glimmer sparked in Arad's eyes. Chapter 419, All-Out War, Chapter 419, All-Out War, as Arad stared at the dying Baltos. Doma giggled inside his head. Live voodoo is an advanced curse that requires 5 people at least, a caster, a medium, a sacrifice, a victim, and a power source. Can we save him? The caster starts by taking a bone from the sacrifice, burning it to ash, and then giving it to the medium. One has to feed it to the victim by any means possible. It has the advantage that it doesn't smell or trigger any poison detections, as it's the same as eating animal meat. I mean, if you cooked human flesh and fed it to someone, they won't make the difference, as she explained how the curse works. Doma started casting her curse to overwrite the voodoo curse. When the victim ingests the ash delivered by the medium, the caster then can kill the sacrifice to kill the victim as well. For assassinations, they usually poison the sacrifice so it dies like a normal death, and thus the victim dies in the same way. But it has a weakness. If the method of killing the sacrifice can't kill the victim, they can survive. That is why Kin is still standing there. The poison used on the sacrifice can't kill a dragon. Thud, Arad grabbed Baltos's face in his palm. Reverse curse. A massive gust of curses rushed out of Arad's body as tattoos emerged on Baltos's face. He fell asleep as Arad glared to the side, staring at Alfred. "I bought us 10 minutes. We can get another 10 by knocking the medium unconscious." "That's him, you accursed monster," Alfred shouted, pulling his sword clap in the blink of an eye. Arad blitzed behind him, shattering the blade with a smile. "Gah," Alfred gasped, turning around to look for Arad clench. The moment Alfred turned, Arad caught him by the shirt and lifted him up, smiling. "You're the medium, I'm the," Alfred cried. "Crack!" Arad punched him in the face. Crack, 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 Grak, Arad unleashed a barrage of punches, shattering all of Alfred's ribs. His jaw and bones all cracked, and his teeth fell to the ground as blood splashed all across the room. As Arad stopped throwing punches, Alfred's body burst into flames for a second, searing all of his wounds. Now you won't bleed to death and shall never wake up. He threw the half-dead Alfred on the ground. What? Finally, Charlie gasped. Arad turned toward Gojo, opening his palm and sending a small orb of light. Track this and kill the owner? There should be a sacrifice there. Bring it to me. Gojo smiled. At once, he snatched the ball, opening his eyes and looking into the sky. 4,000 kilometers to the north. I will be back in half an hour. He lifted one finger. Bam! Erwankari lunged forth, swinging his claw at Gojo. Clap. Arad caught his wrist. Who the hell are you? I know the power source. Arad glared at him with a smile. You just killed the price of a kingdom? Erwankari growled at Arad. Do you think you will get away with that? I don't care. You two tried to kill my father-in-law. Only death awaits you, Arad replied with a grin. He tried to marry me, Izdis said in the back. Arad's smile disappeared and veins bulged on his head. He what? Crack! Erwankari's wrist snapped in Arad's palm. Cling! Gojo teleported away, rushing as fast as he could to kill the caster and bring the sacrifice. Arad, what are you talking about? Kin growled, confused about who to strike, but she would rather not harm him. Someone tried to kill Baltos with an advanced voodoo curse. Those two are the medium and power source for it, Arad replied, clenching a fist and swinging at Erwankari's face. Erwankari lifted his palm to catch Arad's fist, but the punch's raw power won, and he smacked him with enough force to send him flying across the castle walls. Crack! Bam! Bam! Crack! Erwankari's body rolled across the walls, shattering them until reached the royal garden, stopping at the large fountain. Is this Arad Izdis's husband? What the fuck is this raw power and curses flowing from him? It's even more disgusting than our old hag. He stood, glaring forward as Arad walked out of broken walls, cracking his fists. He would usually pull a sword to fight, but not this time. This dragon didn't only try to kill Baltos, he also tried stealing Izdis. Fists are the only solution. What are you? Erwankari growled, standing and summoning a tome in his hand. A dragon. I can sense the oppressive magic rushing out of your body. Bam. Arad didn't bother replying and lunged forth, swinging a fist at Erwankari's face. Clang! Erwankari deflected the attack. Their scales boomed like steel, clashing ding. Izdis pulled the strings on her biwa, standing on top of the balcony and shouting as loud as she could. Kill the dragon! Clack! Clack! Guards emerged on top of the walls, pointing their crossbows at Erwankari. Bam! The paladin general lunged over the wall, his blade glowing with a bright golden light. I sense curses, he glared at Arad. Idiot, Charlie shouted from the balcony. That fucking scale-faced lizard and Brother Alfred tried to curse Father. Arad is holding their curse back. The prince jumped from the balcony, breaking his fall on a tree. He then ran toward the paladin general. I will fight as well. Thud. Prince Thomas stood at the balcony, holding a staff in his hand. Brother, you aren't a fighter, so stand back, he waved the staff. Sister, I will put a barrier. He looked at Izdis before casting his magic. Prismatic barrier, a multicolored wall of force, covered the castle. I don't think this will prevent him from running away, but it's the best I can do. Izdis smiled, playing her biwa. Arad, here is a song for you. Battlesong Arad could feel his body getting hotter, his senses getting sharper as his stamina regeneration accelerated. The spell Izdis used was a buff that reduced the target's sense of pain, raised its morale, and increased its strength and stamina regeneration, a stable spell that the drummers of war always used when their army went to battle. The paladin's general smiled, lifting his sword. Curses are like shit. I respect a man that swims in it to save the king. He glared at Erwankari. Today you die by my blade, invader. Thud. Arad walked forward, tapping the paladin on his shoulder. Touch him, and I will rip you apart. He's my prey, Arad growled. You deal with the others. Others, the general gasped, looking around. Crackle from the sky. Hundreds of ice spears fell on the capital, piercing the streets. What is this? He cried. Irwan-Kari put his hands together. No matter how confident a dragon is, we never move without backup. He smiled. 1,000 frozen dolls the ice shared expanded into giant ice golems, throwing the whole capital into chaos. I will deal with the dragon, you save the capital. Arad walked forward, cracking his shoulder. You can't kill a dragon alone. We must fight together. The other paladins can save the city, the general insisted. Let Arad fight alone. Izdis shouted from the balcony. This isn't the first dragon he killed, and it won't be the last. The general remembered that Arad was supposed to have fended off a purple dragon and saved Izdis. Purples are far stronger than white dragons. Fine. The general turned. Ella, Zephyr, Eris helped them fight off the golems. Arad shouted as he lunged forward, and the first two to show up in the sky were Eris and Zephyr. 2 massive purple wings of plasma, the burning body that sheds a bright light. The crimson butterfly of death smiled, lifting her spear into the sky. Who dares interrupt my time? She growled. Oh my, Zephyr giggled by her side. Aella, you can start blasting. Aella stood at the highest peak of the castle, watching over the city with her bow in hand. She closed her eyes, only seeing through Zephyr's vision and getting a view of the city. She pulled the string of her bow, taking a deep breath before releasing a shot. Aella's green arrow flew silently across the building, twisting and turning with the wind until it hit the first golem, shattering into pieces. One done, Zephyr said with a smile. Let's see. There are over 2,000 remaining. Aella grunted. She could one-shot the ice golems, but can only do it 3 at a time. This means it would take her a little over 11 minutes to finish them all. In the meantime, everyone else has to survive. Nov Sycamum. She smiled. No, she isn't alone. She stared at Eris, who flew to the city with a grin. With all of their powers combined, and the paladins, this fight shall not take over 3 minutes. Crack! Arad punched Irwan-Kari. Die! Even if I can't beat him alone, I can consume him into void expansion and then unleash Orion's constellation with the Wyrmwolf. Even he won't survive that. Chapter 420, Arad vs. Irwan-Kari. Bam. Arad swung his fist, punching Irwan-Kari in the chest. Crack. The ground beneath the white dragon shattered as he remained still. Do you think you can kill me alone? Irwan-Kari swung his fists down, trying to crush Arad's head with a dual strike. Thud. Arad swung his torso, dodging the attack, and grasped the ground with his hand, sending an upward kick that hit Irwan-Kari in the jaw, sending him to the sky. Irwan-Kari opened his jaw. A light blue light flashed from between his teeth. Frost breath, a cone of cold, rushed down, racing toward Arad like a frigid storm from the Arctic lands. Clap. Putting his hands together, Arad concentrated his mana around a nearby tree. Center gravity. The gravity wave diverged the breath, pulling it toward the tree as Arad charged forth. Gravity magic and a ton of raw power. Irwan-Kari smiled. That alone can't defeat me. He pointed his hand down. Hail storm from behind Irwan-Kari. The sky turned back with clouds. Hail started to fall like arrows from the sky. Each one dented the ground. Can you save yourself or the city? He laughed. Arad looked back, hearing screams boom in the city. No human could survive even one of those hails. Zephyr! Arad shouted, lifting his arm up. Fireball. He conjured a ball of fire 6 meters in diameter and blasted it toward the clouds. 1 minute is all I can give you, Zephyr smiled, creating a massive storm that absorbed the flame and dyed the sky red. Cock him out! Arad took a deep breath. Fine, it's not my problem alone. He pulled a blade from his stomach, the dragon slayer sword. Irwan-Kari's eyes opened wide as he saw the sword, recognizing its origin. How the hell did you get that? He swung his hands, stopping his concentration on the hailstorm to cast another big spell. Ice dragon maw boomed from beneath Arad. A large dragon made of ice emerged, swallowing him whole. Irwankari smiled in the sky. The inside of that ice dragon is colder than any place in the world, and you're getting constantly slashed by the ice. Die in agony. Clan, the ice dragon got slashed several times from inside his stomach. He shattered into shards of ice as Arad stood in there with a smile on his face, the dragon slayer sword resting on his shoulder. Bidnovel, Taurus, the stars emerged after Arad's back, robbing him of every single drop of mana, but granting him amplified strength, thus increasing his explosive speed. Boom! Arad's body disappeared from Irwankari's vision as he lunged forward. Fast, Irwankari gasped and swung his arm down, creating a wall of ice. Thwack! Clap! Arad burst through the thick wall of ice with ease. Irwankari barely dodged the slash and lost an arm. Get away! Irwankari shouted, conjuring a compressed storm of ice, blasting Arad away. Bam! 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 Arad's body rolled across the ground, crushing the castle walls one after the other before landing inside the main kitchen. Ah! One of the maids was there, and she screamed in terror seeing Arad stand unscathed. He stared at her. Get inside! It's dangerous here! I'm in the middle of the castle, she cried back. Finally her brain recognized him. Ha! Arad looked around him with a dumbfounded face. You're right, this is the kitchen. He scratched his head. Sorry, I should take the fight away from the city. Clang, he rested the blade on his shoulder and got ready to leap. You better move, the shrapnel will kill you, Arad glared at her. Sorry, she cried, running deeper into the castle, Bam, with a smile on his face. Arad lunged forth. The shock wave left behind destroyed the kitchen. Irwankari panted, glaring at the hole Arad left in the castle. What is this bastard? He growled. I better get away as soon as possible. Bam! In the blink of an eye, Arad had his hand on his face. Irwankari gasped. What? We're changing place, Arad said, leaping into the sky and dragging Irwankari by the face. Irwankari couldn't believe it. He couldn't resist the raw power of Arad. Let go of me, he lifted his hand, trying to blast Arad away. Since I'm this close, Arad swung his sword, stabbing Irwankari several times in the torso. This blade is made to break dragon scales. How does it feel? Swash. Arad swung his hand, throwing Irwankari toward the ground as they got out of the city. Bam! As Irwankari's body blew, he was forced back into his draconic form. Boom! Roar! He roared, you fucking bastard. He couldn't believe it. Arad forced him outside of the city just like that. You're angry, Arad giggled, staring at Irwankari. Ding! The stars flashed behind Arad, and he looked back with a dumbfounded face. It ran out, and a minute ended just like that. Yeah, I wasted time speaking to that maid and waiting for her to get far enough so I wouldn't kill her. Also, the jump all the way here took some time. I can sense you mana coming back. Druid, you can't use that absurd strength anymore. Irwankari roared, opening his jaw and charging a breath. Arad saw the breath coming, and he smiled. Leo, as the stars appeared behind his back, the toughness of his scales increased and he would have lost all of his fears if he had any. Leo symbolizes courage and toughness. Most druids use it to tank attacks that would usually kill them, like a dragon's breath. Thud, thud, thud. Arad ran straight forward through the ice breath, emerging beneath Irwankari's jaw. I'm not done yet, idiot. Irwankari gasped. 2 constellations in a row, a void dragon. Swash. Arad swung his sword at the dragon's front right leg. Clang. The blade was stopped by a thick layer of ice. Void, that changes things, Irwankari growled. I thought you bastards were neutral. Not when you go after my wife, Arad growled, swinging his sword up at Irwankari's neck. Bam. Irwankari lunged back. At least mark the bitch, he screamed. Had he smelled a void dragon on Izdis, he would have dipped immediately. But since void dragons barely left any smell, and Arad hadn't slept with Izdis yet, she was still clean. On another note, Irwankari remembered Gojo calling Arad his brother. Wait, that explains how that bastard stopped me. He roared in anger. Why was Gojo hiding all of his draconic power? In fact, How could achieve that? Arad smiled. We Void are supposed to blend into the humanoids. Even dragons won't tell us apart. Gojo was an adult Void dragon. He's far more expert in polymorph than Arad, and could probably change his shape freely. Bam! Bam! Irwankari rushed forward. Since we got here, you can die. He swung his claws at Arad. Bam! Arad dodged the first strike, and it shattered the ground. He then deflected the second claw with his sword, and the third hit was a tail swing that he caught. That was fast, but I saw faster. Arad smiled, pulling Irwankari by his tail. I'm not killing you. I will eat you. Arad smiled, swinging the whole dragon up and smacking him on the ground. Irwankari's body twisted, and he blasted Arad with a point-blank ice breath. Arad stood still, frozen in an ice cube, as Irwankari stood back up. What a monster. Crack. The ice shattered, and Arad stared at the dragon. If the book I got from the guild was right, white dragons are the weakest of the chromatic, right, also the dumbest. Irwankari grunted, and Arad giggled. It's strange you can take a humanoid shape, albeit twisted. Shut up. Irwankari lunged forth, and Arad teleported out of the way by using Void Step, discussing the matter with Mom. Arad concluded one thing. You, he looked at Irwankari, are the pet of a mage, or at least was. Irwankari opened his jaw, unleashing another breath at Arad. Bam! Arad appeared standing in another spot. Hit a nerve. Then I'm right, he laughed. That explains how you can cast spells and create such a plot. How did you escape the mage? Did he die of old age? That must be it. I fucking killed him. Irwankari growled. Puff, yeah. Arad stared at Irwankari. When he was getting old and senile, shut up. Arad looked at Irwankari with a disappointed face. I once saw this red Dracaina named Ignis. She was far stronger than you. The red Dracaina they saw with Eris's father. Don't compare red to white. Irwankari lunged forth, and Mom explained in Arad's head. Red is the strongest of the chromatic white, and white is the weakest. Clack. Irwankari opened his jaw. Cold is the absence of heat to freeze something. You need to absorb the heat from the kinetic molecular energy. Now, where does that energy go when a dragon freezes things? Huh. Arad blinked as a crimson blast of flames gushed out of Irwankari's jaws, incinerating a massive chunk of the wilderness. Thud. Arad's charred body put his hands together. Void expansion, Orion.